Do you want to learn how to build a beautiful full-stack dating website where users can create their accounts, set up their profiles, choose potential partners, chat with them, and even get into a video call? In this video, I will teach you all how to build a resume-ready project that will impress everyone you know. We will also be using modern industry-standard technologies such as NextJS, Tailwind CSS, React.js, Supabase, and Stream. If you want to check the entire code for this video, it will be in the description below, so feel free to access it for styles and comments. And before we get into the video, if you could leave a like, I would massively appreciate it. Now let's get into the video. Okay everyone, so to get started with this project, I want to open up a empty folder with nothing in it inside of VS Code, and I want to generate our app using the command npx create next app. This is going to ask us what name we want to give to our project. I'm just going to put an empty name. I'm going to choose TypeScript. I'm going to choose ESLint. I'm going to choose Tailwind. No for source directory, yes for app router, and yes for TurboPack, and no for alias. So I want to just start out by telling you guys a couple of things of how this tutorial is going to go. So obviously this is an intermediate project. We're building a lot of stuff. It's a big project, the type of project that you would want to put in your resume or to showcase to your employers and such. And for that reason, I will be going through a couple trivial parts of the project a little bit faster. And that's because if you are going to build this project, you should already be used to and familiar with those specific things. Now that I'm still going to go in depth on the important topics and everything else. However, I wanted to let you guys know that I'm trying this new type of tutorial. I still think it's going to be extremely helpful for you guys. And because I'm trying something new, if you have any questions at any part of the tutorial, you can just comment it below, and no matter what, I'm gonna help you guys out. So this is what I'm proposing for this video. So we just ran here the create next app. With that, I can run npm run dev, and we should see a local version of our app being running on our browser. So let me just go to localhost 3000. This is the page that we want. Okay, so the first thing we want to set up is we want to set up our backend that we're going to be using in this project. So what I want you guys to do is go to supabase.com, create an account with Supabase if you don't have one already, and it's completely free. When you go here, you're going to go to create new project, and to do that, I want you guys to go to supabase.com. Now if you don't have an account, I need you to create an account with Supabase, and Supabase is completely free. We're just going to go ahead and click on new project. We're going to click on a project name. We can call it dating app, whatever we want to call it. Then we want to choose a fast password. I'm just going to click on generate a password, and it will try to generate it. You choose a location for your database. I'm going to choose North California because it's closest to where I am. And I'm going to create a new project. Now with Supabase created, what it's going to do is it's going to serve as our PostgreSQL database for our project, including also the authentication provider for our project. So Supabase actually offers a bunch of different services. It is what is known as a backend as a service. So it provides a lot for us. And to start integrating Supabase, we get here our project API. It includes a project URL and an API key. So we want to copy that, and we want to create a .env.local file inside of our project. So I'm going to say .env.local, and in here I want to create two different environment variables. The first one is going to be the Supabase URL. I'm going to paste that URL that we copied. The second one is going to be the Supabase, so next public Supabase anonymous key. And we're just going to paste this. Perfect. Now we're going to close this, and we can start integrating Supabase in our project. Now the way we want to do this is we want to create here a lib folder, which is going to include all of our different integrations, including Supabase and also Stream when we do set it up. And inside of here, we want to create a folder called Supabase. Now in the Supabase folder, I want to create two files. I want to create a client.ts and a server.ts. And the reason for that is because the Supabase client that we will be using in our project to then execute operations on our database tables, they can actually serve a version of it that is usable on client components and a version of it that is used on server components or server actions. And for that reason, we need to have both a client and a server version, one for each type. Now, the way we set up for the client is we do this. We have to install the Supabase SSR package. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to run npm install, and I'll install Supabase SSR. And when that's done installing, we create a client that is a browser client using our Supabase URL and our Supabase anonymous key. Now for the server, what we have to do is we have to paste this. Now it looks a little bit more complicated, but this is all things that I got copied and pasted directly from the Supabase documentation for NextJS, and you really don't have to touch anything here. It's just because when you're dealing with server, you need to do a little bit more stuff like deal with the cookies and so on. So here is what we're doing. We're creating two create client functions, and whenever we need to call Supabase in our project, we're going to be calling them. But depending on whether or not we're in a client or server component, we will be calling the one from the server.ts or the one from the client.ts. Perfect. Okay, but now what do we do? Well, we want to start by setting up the most basic feature that our app is going to have, which is authentication. We want to allow a user to sign in or sign up to the app. And that's very easy using Supabase. To do that, here's what we need to do. We need to first create a route in our project that is going to have the auth page or the sign in page. We're just going to call it auth. Inside of it, we're going to create a file called page.tsx so that that becomes a route. Now inside of this, we're going to export default function, and we're going to create the auth page function. We're going to return at the bottom over here, just a div for now, but we will be adding more elements as we go. Now, since we are starting to add UI elements into our page, I want to remind you guys that during my tutorials, I usually don't show myself writing CSS unless it's a very heavy UI based project. And the reason for that is because the UI of this project or the styling doesn't matter, right? This project specifically doesn't matter. It has so many features that are independent on their own, and everyone has a different taste for styling. So I won't be focusing too much on that. So I will be writing Tailwind CSS classes. If you want to copy the ones that I'm doing, feel free to do so, or just go ahead and click the link in the description for the code. However, I'm not going to show myself writing each individual class because it would be a waste of time for everyone. So what we want to do here is we want to create two divs to be the structure of this page. Now, why two divs? Well, because one of the div is going to encompass the entire page. So define the height in between the navbar and the bottom of the page. And the second one will be just for us to space the items. So to apply the stylings, we just do this. This is going to create a simple gradient. I'll even open up here on the auth page so we can already start seeing what we're doing. It'll create this simple gradient that is kind of bluish color, and also define the size of the screen for us. Then the second one is where we define the spacing and the padding for our items. But we don't have anything yet, so we definitely want to deal with that. The first thing we want to add to our auth page is a title. So what we want to do is we'll put a div to encompass this title section. We'll put an h1 tag with the title of the website. So I called it stream match, but you can call it whatever you want. And a little paragraph tag telling the user to sign into their account. You'll see that because we don't have anything else, it will just appear in the middle of the screen. But one thing that is important for us to understand is that we're going to be using this same page for both the sign up and sign in functionality. So what we need to do is we need to have a Boolean variable that is going to keep track of whether or not a user is trying to sign up or trying to sign in. A simple true or false statement that is going to keep track of that, and it will change the UI depending on that. So I'm going to create here a state, which is a Boolean, and it will be false initially. Now, the name of this state is going to be is sign up, and it's false because initially we're going to show the sign in option for the user. Now, in this text over here, you know where we say sign into your account, instead of showing sign into your account always, we want to replace this with check. So if is sign up is true, then we'll not say sign into your account. We'll only say that if it's false. But if it's true, then we want to say create your account. Perfect. Now it is giving us an error over here. By the way, you obviously noticed I changed the layout just so we can see what we're doing, but it's giving us an error, and that's because when we introduce a useState hook inside of a component in NextJS, it automatically needs to become a client component. And in NextJS, components are server by default. So I need to turn this into a client component by saying use client. Perfect. Now you see it continues saying sign into your account, but if I were to change that to true, it would say create your account. Great. Now the next thing I need to do is I need to create a bunch of states that are going to keep track of the data that we are writing on our form. So we're going to have a form over here, right? A form that is going to have an email field and a password field. Now, the email field is for the user trying to put their email, obviously for either sign up or sign in. And the password is the exact same thing, but for the password. So we need to have a variable that is going to keep track of what the user is typing on those inputs. So we're going to come over here and we're going to create two states. One is going to be called an email and the other one is going to be called password. They're both going to be strings. So I'm going to even cast the type over here to string. And this is where we're going to be altering on the on-change of the inputs. Now, when the user submits the form, we also want to keep track of two things. First thing is if the data is still loading, meaning if the user is still trying to sign in, if we haven't gotten a response back from our server yet. And also if there's any possible errors during the sign-in. For example, if the user tries to sign in with the wrong credentials, we need to be able to handle that properly. So I'm going to add here two other states. One is going to be called loading, and that's going to just represent a Boolean that is going to be true or whenever the user submits the form but hasn't received a response back. And we're going to have an error, which is a string, which will just be an error message in case there's any errors when the user submits the form. Perfect. Now we can start building the actual form. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say form. I'm going to just add really quickly here one class. I'm going to say space y in the 6 so that there's a gap of 6 in between each item in the form, meaning each input. And then we can create the different inputs in our form. Now, like I said, an input is going to be a combination of a label and an input, right? The label for the input and the input itself. So this is how we're going to create our email input. It's just going to be a div with the label here, and then an input of type email. The ID is going to be email so that we can know what we're getting. It's going to be a required field. And we also save the value of this field by changing the state using the set email function and setting the event.target.value as the value of that state. We also applied a bunch of class names over here that you can copy, and it makes it look pretty cool, right? It's following the theme of the website. Then for the password, we're going to do the exact same thing, but for the password, right? So we're going to have here a password field, which means you can't really see what you're typing. And we're going to have an ID of password. It's going to be required. And we're also changing the value of the state to represent the value of the input. Now, in case there's any errors, I'm going to add here an error check. I'm going to say if error is equal to true, then just display the error message. We are going to customize this error message when we create the onSubmit function of this form. So let's just assume that when we format this error, it's going to be on a correctly formatted error message. The last thing we need to do on this sign in or sign up form is create a button that is going to be the submit button. So I'm going to put here a button of type submit. I'm going to disable this button whenever loading is equal to true. Now loading is always false right now, but immediately when the user submits the form, we're going to set loading to true. And when we get the data back of whether or not they signed in or signed up, then we're going to set it to false. That will prevent users from constantly clicking the button while we're trying to sign them in. Now, the second thing is that I want to apply a bunch of class names for this, so we make a nice looking button. Now, inside of this button, I need to put some text. And the text is actually going to depend on a couple things. So if the user has signed up, right? If the user is trying to sign up, then I obviously want to make the button say sign up because that's what the user is trying to do. If not, I'll say sign in, which will say sign in right now. But I also want to change the label of this button depending on whether or not loading is equal to true. Because if the user's trying to sign in, I don't want to keep this same label. I actually want to show like a little message here saying loading. So what I want to do is I also put behind this another check. So if loading is equal to true, then I'll make the text be loading. And if it's not, then I'll check for the sign up. And if so, it's sign up. If not, it's sign in. So it's a triple check over here. Now, the last thing we need to do is add the ability from the user to change between signing in and signing up. And that's actually pretty simple. Using what we already created, we can simply add this div at the bottom. What this div will do is it will create a button that whenever you click on it, it will set the is sign up boolean to be the opposite of what it is right now. So if the user is trying to sign in, they'll click that. It will mean that they are trying to sign up now. So if they're trying to sign up and they click that, it will basically show the opposite. So I also changed the text in what it says, depending on if is sign up is true or false. And you see now that if I click on this, the UI will change to adapt for that new state. And when we create the functionality of submitting the form, we'll have to use that Boolean as well so that it reflects in the backend. Perfect. Now we created the UI for this page. So we'll go up here to our form and I'm going to pass an on submit to this form that is going to call the handle auth. And handle auth is going to be a function that we're going to create over here. I'm going to say handle auth and I'm going to make this into an async function. And the first thing I want to do with this function is I want to get the event, which is going to be a form event. And I want to prevent default because if we try submitting this form right now, it will refresh the page and break everything. Now, the second thing I want to do is I want to set loading to be true because when you click the button, it will start submitting. So right now you'll see if I just click on this, actually, let me just put whatever here. If I click on this, you'll see it will get into an internal loading state. But that's definitely not what we want to do, but we want to set it to true and then go ahead and try to sign in or sign up the user. We also want to reset the error message to be empty, just in case the user had an error message before, we want to reset it. Then what I want to do is I want to try and catch, just in case there's any errors. Now in here, we're going to call Supabase. So I'm going to call the create client function. Now the create client function that we need is the one from the client. So the client component over here. Actually, I can just put this up here so that we can reuse it in multiple places in the app, or at least in this component. Then I can just say if is sign up equal to true, then I'm going to write the signing up functionality, else I'll write the sign in functionality. Now for the sign up, it's actually pretty simple with Supabase. If you want to create an account using Supabase auth, you can just do this. You set this equal to await supabase.auth.signup. And the signup function allows us to pass an email and a password. And we'll sign up the user based on that. When we sign the user up, we'll get back two things. First is the data of the signup. So anything that comes out of that successful attempt and any possible errors. And if there's any errors, then I'm going to throw that error. But if the data.user is equal to true, meaning a user account was created, but the data.session is not equal to true, this only happens in one situation. Now, the difference between a user and a session obviously is that the session means the user is authenticated and the user means that the user exists in our database. And the combination of the user existing and the session not happening while you're trying to sign up is that the user hasn't confirmed their email yet. So when you sign up using Supabase, it sends you a confirmation email to the user's email. And you can obviously turn that off. I've turned it off a couple of times in the past, but I think it's better. It's a better user experience. It secures your app. And in that case, I want to set the error, even though it's not really an error, but we're going to just let the user know. We'll set the error to say, please check your email for a confirmation link. Then I'm just going to return out of the function so that we don't continue moving forward. Now, what do we do in the else statement over here? Well, in the else statement, we want to sign in the user using their password. So I'm going to await Supabase. So supabase.auth. And I'm going to sign in with password. By signing in with password, we can easily just pass an email and password, and it will allow us to create an account, or it will allow us to sign into that account. And if there's any errors, we'll get that error back. Now, if there's any errors, we'll do the exact same thing we did before and just throw it. Also, in case we catch any error, we are setting this to be of type any because we don't know what kind of error we're getting back. We'll just set the error to be of type error.message. Perfect. And we have created this functionality and it works, but one thing is important. In the beginning of this, we set loading to be true. And then what we want to do is after it either tries and fails or tries and succeeds, we want to set loading to false so that it stops loading, right? Because we either got an error or it succeeded. To do that, we'll use the finally clause in a try catch statement. This will run no matter what, right? It runs after the try or after the catch. And in that case, we're going to set loading to be false. Perfect. Now let's try creating an account to see if this works. So I'm going to use an email I always use on videos. It's called PedroTech resumes. And you guys should stop emailing me on that because I don't use this anyways. So emailing me there doesn't make any sense. But every time I use this on videos, people just start emailing me. But yeah, so I'm going to put a password over here. It's just going to be password 123. And I'm going to sign in. Perfect. We got something back. That's good because we know that our error messaging is working and also we have Supabase working. But obviously I was stupid. I didn't change this to sign up. So that's why it said that. Technically, we want to sign the user up. So I'm going to click sign up. What we're expecting is to see a confirmation message over here. Perfect. And if I also open our Supabase dashboard over here and we go to authentication, you should see that it says PedroTech resumes@gmail.com is one user, but that user hasn't confirmed yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign into that Gmail and I'll show you guys the email. Okay, perfect. So here's the email I just received. I'll click confirm your email and perfect. We got redirected back to the homepage. Now, we haven't set it up yet, obviously the homepage or anything like that, but we technically are signed in after we do that. We are automatically signed in. I'll close this up. I'll just refresh this over here and we'll continue building the app. So when we sign in, we actually want to keep track of the state of the user, of whether or not they're signed in or not, because obviously we are keeping track of that in the backend, but we want to have an easy way for us to access that information in the front end. So what I like to do is I actually like to create a contexts folder in our project that is going to keep track of any contexts that we have, any global states that we have. And in this case, we are going to have a global state management solution, a global store for our authentication. I'm going to create here the auth context, and it's going to be a TSX because it's going to be a component. And in here, I'm going to export a function called the auth provider. So if you're not familiar with this pattern of building providers for your authentication, it's actually pretty simple, even though it will look a bit complicated. What we want to do is we want to create a centralized place, a store for us to keep every data related to our user that we want, and that can be easily distributed and provided to different components without having to pass them through the props. That's why we created this component called auth provider. To have that store happen and allow it to pass that data, we need to create what is known as a context. So I'm going to create here a context called the auth context. For that, I need to import the create context hook from React. Now, by using the create context, the create context function, and just using hooks in general, of course, I need to turn this into a client component. So I'm going to say create client. Now, it's giving us an error here for cannot find the name user. What we did here is we defined what kind of data are we going to return back from this context. So when we call this context, what we want to share between the different components is the user information, whether or not the user data is loading or not, and a sign out function so that we can easily sign a user out. Those are the three things. We only need that. Now it's giving us a red squiggly line because it doesn't know what a user type is. The great thing for us is that we can actually access directly the type definition for what a Supabase user means by installing a package called @supabase/supabase.js. This package also works to create Supabase clients, but it's mostly for non-server-side rendering applications, but it does provide us with the type that we need for a user. So I'm going to import that from Supabase.js, and we can continue moving forward. So for the auth provider, it's going to simply return, so I'll say return here. It's going to return the auth context.provider. And inside of it, we just want to make this into a wrapper component. So we need to return the children of whatever we wrap this component around. In the props of this, we now need to say that it accepts children. And in the value of this provider, we need to pass an object. We don't have that object yet because we don't have either a user data, a loading data, or a sign out function. But when we do have that, we're going to pass them over here like this. We're going to say loading and sign out. It's still going to give us an error because we haven't created them, but we'll do them right now. So the first thing we need is a user. I'm going to create here a state called user. I'm going to create a function called setUser. And in this state, we're going to define the type of it to be user or null. So it matches what we said a user is over here. Now, initially, it will be null, meaning we don't have the data for the user. Maybe that is because we haven't finished fetching that data, or it is because the user doesn't exist. And we also want to create here a state similar to this loading one over here. I'll even just copy and paste it. It's just a Boolean of whether or not we're fetching the data. Now, why are we doing this? We're doing this so that we keep track of the user state. So if the user is authenticated or not, every time the user enters the app, we're going to call Supabase to see if the user is authenticated, if there's a valid session. If so, we're going to set the user data inside of this state. So to operate with that check, we have to do the following. We have to create a use effect over here that is going to check for the user's state. So I'm going to create here a function called check user. And the reason why I'm creating a function instead of the use effect is just because a use effect doesn't allow it the callback function to be async, and we do need this to be async. So that's why, but we can just call the check user function right below it, and that should be fine. Now inside of here, we want to try and catch, similar to what we did before. And in the try option over here, we want to call Supabase to see if there's any valid active sessions. To do that, we have to create a Supabase client similar to what we did in the previous component, and we'll import it from the client file. Remember, don't import it from the server one, import it from the client. Then in here, I want to do the first thing that we need to do. We need to check the initial session. Check to see if a user session exists. To do that, we're going to say const is equal to await supabase.auth.get session, and I'm going to, this is going to give us back the data of the session. So I'll say data, and then I'll get the session. And if this session is null, it means that the user is not authenticated. If it is not null, then it means the user is authenticated, and the data for that user is actually present on that session object. So we're going to set the user to be equal to the session.user. But if that's false, we'll just set it to null, just so we know. Now, if there's any errors, then to be honest, then it's just a Supabase error, like a configuration maybe. So I'll just actually console.error that message so you can debug it. We're going to have a finally clause over here so that we set loading to be false. Now, we check for the initial session, but what if the user signs out after something happens, or their session is expired, right? What happens there? We need to listen for any changes in their authenticated state. So to do that, what we want to do is we actually want to create or subscribe to any auth changes. And to do that, we'll say Supabase.auth, and we can call this onAuth state change function that will allow us to subscribe to any changes that happen in the user's auth state. This is going to have a callback function, which is going to be asynchronous. It's going to give us an event and the session. And if this callback function is called, so if this even runs, it means that there was a change in the user state. So we will set the user to be equal to whatever that change is. Maybe it's positive, meaning the user logged in. Maybe the user just logged out, so it's a null. And we'll also be able to get back that data, which comes in the form of this subscription function. Now that subscription function is just useful because whenever you subscribe to anything on a React component inside of a use effect, you need to make sure to clean that up, because if that component amounts, you don't want to keep the subscription active and cause any memory leaks. So I'm going to say subscription.unsubscribe. And this obviously will only run when the component unmounts. So great. Now we can't really test this out because we're not passing this yet. So what I want to do is I just want to create here the sign out function for now. I'll just create it. I won't do anything to it. And we now have this auth provider that is working and it has no error messages. Now to consume the data of this context, I actually want to do this thing, which is create a use auth hook. This use auth hook is going to call the use context hook, which we would normally call in every component. We want to have access to the context values. But now instead of having to call the use context hook and also import the auth context that we created everywhere else, we can just call this use auth hook and it will give us the values of this context. Great. Now we need to wrap our entire app around this or inside of this auth provider. So I'm going to come here to our layout.tsx, and in here I want to wrap this around with the auth provider. It will import that. I'll just pass this like this. Perfect. And we should be good to go now. So let's test this out. I want to actually just console.log here, the session.user. Let's see if it's getting the correct session. So I'm going to inspect element. I'm going to open up the console and let's refresh the page. So it says undefined. So when I try signing in over here, let's say PedroTech resumes@gmail.com. and I put the correct password over here. Perfect. Now you can see, oh, this is actually important. We need to put an empty dependency array. I hope I did that fast enough. Yeah, it started console logging everything, which is not good. It's because we need to put an empty dependency array so that this doesn't run infinitely. But as you can see, we have here the data for the user, meaning that the user got logged in. Perfect. Now, when the user gets logged in, we actually want to redirect them to the home page. So I'm going to come here to our auth page. I'm going to use a use effect over here. And this use effect will run whenever there are any changes in the state of the user. So I'm going to say use effect. And whenever there is a change on the user, which we can only get if we call the use auth hook that we just created. So we'll say use auth. We'll get the user. We'll also get the loading, but since we already have a loading state over here, I'm going to say auth loading. Then in here, we're only going to run this use effect if the user changed or the auth loading changed, or if the router changed. Now, what is the router? Router is something that we can call from the use router hook, which is a hook that is very important from Next navigation. It allows us to just redirect a user to a page, which is useful here because it's what we want to do. If the user exists and the data for the auth is not loading, meaning we successfully checked and the user does exist, meaning they are signed in, we want to redirect the user out of the sign-in page. So we're going to say router.push, and we'll push them to the home page. So you'll see that if I refresh this, we should now be on the home page. which is empty right now. But let's start out actually by creating a navbar instead of building the homepage. I'll just quickly add the sign out functionality, which we haven't yet, but it's actually pretty simple to do so. So for signing out, all we want to do is do this. So for signing out, all we want to do is we want to do this. We just call the Supabase auth sign out function. And if there are any errors, we just basically console logged it in case we want to see it. So now let's close this off and let's start building the navbar for this project. So to do that, what I actually want to do is I want to give some class names to the HTML item here. I want to make the height of the HTML be full. On the body here that we have, we're also going to make the height be the full screen. And then below this, right below the auth provider, I want to wrap the children around with a div, just so we build the skeleton of this. And the class name of this is also going to be hfull. It's going to have a display flex, and everything's going to be on a flex column direction. Now, before we render the children, we're going to render the navbar component. Now, to make this component, we want to create a folder outside of our app that is going to be called the components folder. Now, in this components folder, we're going to add our first component, which is going to be the navbar.tsx. Now, inside of here, let's export default function navbar. And we want to make this already into a client component because I know it's going to have some client functionality, so we need to do that. Now, inside of here, we want to return a nav for the navbar. And I'm going to wrap this entire nav with an internal div. Now, the class name that we're going to put here for the navbar is going to be a bunch of stuff related to just the color of it. Now, since we created it, we can just import it. I just noticed that it's still giving us an error, but we can't really see the navbar yet. It doesn't really have a size. So on this div over here, let's create a size for it. I'm going to say we're going to give it a type of container, a margin X of auto, and a padding on the X direction of 6. Then let's define its height. To define its height, I'm making an internal div as well. And on this div, I want to put a class name of display flex, item center. I'm also justifying the items in between. And I'm setting a height of 16. So it actually has some substance to it. Now we can add the links to, as we add the items, it will show up. But now we need to add the links inside of our navbar. So I'm going to import the link component from next link. And the first link that I want to add is actually not really a link. It's the logo of the website. Now I don't have a real image for this. I only have like a text that I want to use. So I'll just open this up so we see everything better. And here's what we want to do. We want to paste this. It's a link that takes us to the home page, and it just has a text saying the name of the website. In this case, it's stream match. Then we want to add all of the links to navigate to the different pages of our website. We don't have them yet, but we're going to have a page for matching with users, a page for seeing your the different matches that you have, a page for the chat, and a page for your profile. So to match all of that, we want to create this section. It's just a div with a bunch of different links. The first one is the matches link. It just says discover. The second one is for us to see our own matches, which we don't have right now. And the third one is for you to see all your chats, so people you're talking to at the moment. And finally, it's to see your profile. Now, I just realized that the navbar wasn't saved. I came here and saved the layout, so that's why it looks a lot better now. But as you can see, we have our navbar, and we can navigate between the pages even though they don't have anything in them. Now we want to create a section that is going to be for the user actions. So right now we're just going to have one single div that is going to have a sign out button. Now we already have the functionality for the sign out, so we just have to create the button, and it should look like this. Now the button should have this red color. You can change it to whatever you want, but if we were to come over here, pass an on click to the button and just call the sign out function that we can get directly from the use auth hook. So I'll just set this equal to the useAuth hook, and we're going to get the sign out function. Then when I click on this button, we should be able to sign out. Now, did we sign out? There's only one way to know, and that is to actually only render this button if the user is not, if the user is true. So I'm going to render this if user is true, because if user is true, it means that the user is signed in. If actually, I'll make an if else. So if the user is signed in, we'll show the sign out button. But if the user is not signed in, we'll actually show a button that will take the user to the auth page. So you see that we see a sign in button. That's because the user is not equal to true. But if I come over here and I put the email, PedroTechResumes@gmail.com, and I put the password, we click sign in, this now changes to sign out. Perfect. Now let's set up the database for our entire project. So the reason for that is because we're going to be using SQL to generate our databases. So we have here Supabase, and you can create them manually like this. However, I have the SQL command to generate all of the tables, and I'll show what, like the configuration for each table visually, so you guys can also just take a look and understand what we're creating. Now, I'll spend a good amount of time explaining each individual SQL command and what they mean and like what exactly they're doing, because they're going to be the bulk of our backend integration in our project. So here it is. Please copy and paste this entire thing into your SQL editor and Supabase. Now, what exactly is this? So first things first, we are creating the tables. So we're going to have 3 tables in this project. The first one is going to be called users. Now the users table is a bit different from what we have over here, right? This is technically a list of users or a table for users, but this is the authentication table that Supabase manages itself. What we're creating here is a user profile table. We could even change the name, but I already set everything up with this name, so I'll use users. And this table will have the following. It's going to have the user's ID, their full name, their username, their email, their gender, their birth date, their bio, their avatar URL, which is a photo, and we're going to accept photos to be uploaded. Then preferences, meaning like what age range do we want, the distance that we might want to get, like the closest person, right? And also gender preference, and that can be an array because you can choose obviously multiple genders that you're interested in. Then the user's location and latitude and the longitude, we're gonna set something by default. When they were last active, this is actually a very interesting thing that we're going to do. We're going to show a little tag on each user if they were recently active. It's something that dating apps have, and I'm going to show you guys how to do that. Is verified is actually something that we're not going to implement, but I'm leaving it here as a bonus at the end for you guys to maybe add to your project. Is online is just a boolean to say if the user is online, and obviously the created at and updated at fields. So this should create the users table. Then we have the likes table, and by likes, I mean like when a user likes a user, right? It tries to get a match. It swipes on a user on Tinder. So the way we're structuring this is a match between 2 users is a 2-way like, right? So it's when one user likes a user and that other user likes the same user. So to determine what a like is, we have obviously an ID field for a like, and we have the user ID of the user who liked. And we have the user ID of the user who that person is liking and when that happened. Now this is important. We use this unique function in SQL to make it such that we can only like a person once. So we're seeing that there's a unique combination of the from user ID field to the user ID field. Now, if the other person likes them, meaning if this person likes this, we're going to create a match automatically. And we have this matches table, which is just keeping track of who has matched with who. So like we have the user ID of one person who matched, the user ID of the second person who matched, and if they are active, if it's an active match. And when that was created as well, and also we're establishing that unique combination. So that's simple. It's going to create the tables and that's it. Now we are creating indexes. Now what is an index? Well, an index is a data structure that PostgreSQL maintains to allow us to make very easy searches, lookups, and stuff whenever we are interacting with different tables. So later on in this code that we're pasting here, we will be using these variables that we created, and they represent specific fields of certain tables. So in this example over here, we created this index called index user's username. So we name it index because it's an index. Then we name the table, which is users, and we name the field. And what this will do is it is going to make it super simple. If we ever need to query for a specific username on a user's table, it's going to make it a lot faster to scan for it, a lot faster to filter it, to sort it, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I like to create indexes on almost all of our fields. Then we have the most important part, which is the triggers and functions. In PostgreSQL, you can actually write functions that can operate and you can just call it. Now, those are known as RPC functions, but there's also another concept called triggers. And a trigger is something that happens because of something else. So for example, the first function that you see here, you know it's a function because it has the function keyword. It's called updated at column. So no, it's updated at column. Now, why did we make this? And what does this do? Well, first of all, you see here that it returns a trigger. And this means that we will never call this function manually. We're actually going to tie this function to be run automatically by a trigger tied to a table event. Now, which table event are we talking about? And also, what is this function going to do? Well, you see, we start writing the function on this begin keyword over here. And we use this new keyword. Now, what is new? New inside of a trigger function, like we created here, is a special record that represents when a row is being inserted or updated. So when we say new.updatedAt is equal to now, we're basically updating the updatedAt field of the column. So in this case, of whatever table we do call this updated@column function, we're updating the updated@at field to be equal to now whenever there's any change to that table. So as simple as that. We're just updating the updated@at field whenever we need it. And returning new basically means that we are modifying the row in Postgres so it can finish the operation. And we call this updated@column function over here. This is where we create the trigger that actually uses that. Now, what is the trigger? We're creating here a trigger with this name, which was the name that we had up here. And we say before there's an update on the users table, for each row that there was an update, execute that functionality to update the column, updated@at field. So literally all we're doing here is automatically updating the updated@at field whenever any specific row in the table has an update. That's all. And that seems chill, like it's not that big of a deal, but here is where it gets important. When a user likes another user, we want to automatically trigger a match. So we have a likes table and we have a matches table. So we created this function here that returns a trigger. This function is called createMatch on mutual like. And what it does is it checks first to see if a user has liked another user. So if both users liked each other, this is the condition that we have over here, then we do this. We insert a new entry into the public.matches table with those two users. So this function is a function that returns a trigger that does this. Now we need to call this trigger function somewhere. And here's where we do. Whenever there is an insert into the likes table, whenever you add another like, we run this function, which again checks to see if the two people like each other, and if so, it automatically inserts into the matches table. And we do the exact same thing for here for updating the user last active timestamp. We do the same thing for whenever you create a user account. Whenever a user signs up, we automatically create a profile for them. Now, obviously, they need to update stuff because by default, we don't have their full name. We only have their email and password, but we create a profile for them so they can then update it. So I'm not going to go in depth on the other ones. I explained as much as I could of the first few. You can then look at the SQL and understand it now, or at least infer. And you might be questioning yourself, why are we doing all of this in PostgreSQL? It is more efficient to do this logic there than to have it happen in our backend. I always recommend that you do it like this through trigger functions and functions in SQL without having to do it all programmatically, because then you have to make a request and it just adds a layer of time delay that could cause implications on your website. So these were the trigger functions and functions that we have. After this, we just have the RLS policies. And if you're not familiar with Supabase or PostgreSQL, basically, these are policies that are going to prevent us, our users from, or anyone from doing operations on our database tables if they're not authorized. So most of them basically just detect to see if the user who's trying to insert data into the matches table, for example, is authenticated and they are the person who they should be. And that's pretty much it for all of them. So now that we have all of this, I'm going to run it. And as you can see, it was successful. It says success, no rows returned. We can check to see if it worked by going to our tables. And we should see all the tables with all of the columns and the RLS policies on them as well. And if you want to check for the functions we created, you can go to databases over here, go to functions, and you'll see all of the functions that we created. And you can see that they have the return type of trigger. Perfect. Now, let's see them in action. Let me delete the user that we created. Let me delete this user. This user doesn't have a profile because when we signed up, we didn't have the users table over here. Now, let's go here. Let's click sign in and let's sign up. I'm going to put PedroTech resume at gmail.com. And then I'm going to put password at 123 and I'm going to sign up. You see, we get the confirmation. I need to confirm again. And when I confirm, you see that we are signed in. Great. Now, the way I can check it is, yeah, it already shows. So you see, we signed in, we authenticated, but because we had that trigger function over here on handle new user, this function creates an entry on the users table whenever a user signs up. And we can see that it just entered a bunch of stuff over here by default, and we can change it later as well. Now we can start building the rest of the app. So I want to build first now the profile page, just so we can allow the user to update certain parts of their profile. So to do that, I want to open up here the VS Code. I'm going to close this up, and this as well. And we will create a folder here, and we're going to call it profile. Then I'm going to create a page.tsx inside of here. And we're going to export default function profile page. Now we're making this already into a client component. And inside of this component, we want to start by just returning a div that is going to encompass the entire screen. Then we're going to put another div for the main skeleton, and I'll open this up like this so we can see what we're doing. Now let me just add some styling to this so that we get the same page as we had before. And the first thing we want to do in this page is I want to add a header. This header is just going to say my profile, and it will say manage your profile and preferences. Then we want to add a div that is going to encompass the entire profile setup. So we're going to have here the user profile being displayed as you saw in the demo. It's going to include their information, and below it we're going to have a little button that is going to allow us to edit the user profile. Now to make the profile card, we're going to create this div over here. It's going to define a grid-like structure where we're going to have 3 columns for all of the information. Then we're going to define the individual profile card. This is going to be where the entire information is inside of. And to define some styling for it, we're going to apply this color. Now to get this, we need to actually have access to the user's profile information. That information exists in the database table for the users table. Now we don't have a way to get that information yet, so let's do that. In this page over here, I'm going to create a state called profile and then set profile. And a user profile will look very similar to what a user looks like, but it's not exactly the same because it has all the custom information that we define. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create here a type called user profile. This state is going to be either that or it's going to be null, and by default it's going to be null. Then at the top of this, we're going to export an interface called user profile. Now, what does a user profile look like? Well, it will look like this. It will have an ID, a full name, a username, all the kind of stuff that we created on our table. Now, it also has a preferences, which is a type that we don't have. And a preferences, as defined in our table, looks like this. It includes an age range, a distance, and a gender preference. So with these two interfaces, we now have a definition of the type of what a user profile is. Then what we need to do is we need to keep track of the data if the data is loading for the user profile. So I'll create a loading state for that too. Same thing with the error. I'll just create the error state over here, and we can now start actually fetching the data. So I'll create a use effect that will have an async function called load profile, and it's going to load the data from our database. Now in here, we're going to do a try catch, and I could just write the logic to fetch the profile information directly here. However, we're going to be reusing this multiple places in this app because there's going to be multiple places that we need to have access to the user information. So what I want to do is in our lib folder over here, not inside of the Supabase one, inside of the lib, I'm going to create an actions folder, and I'll create a server action for the profiles table. So I'll say profile.ts. I'll define that this needs to use server. And inside of here, I'm going to export an async function called get current user profile. And this function will get the current user and return the profile in the database. Now to do that, I need to create an instance of Supabase. But remember, this is a server action. So we actually need to await and call the create client that exists in the server file, not the client one. Then we need to try to get the current user who's logged in. To get the user who's logged in, we've been using the get session function. But on the server, it is actually better that you use the get user function. So this will return us the user who's logged in. And if there is no user logged in, then we can actually return null because there won't be a user profile. Then with that in mind, we can try to get the existing profile. So I'm going to say await Supabase dot from users, and I'm going to select the item, so all of the items, as long as the ID of the user profile in the table is equal to the ID of the user who signed in. So we only get that one. And we also need to make sure that it's just a single item. Then when I get that back, I'm going to get back the data. I'm going to rename that to just be profile because that's what we're getting back. And in case there's any errors, I'll handle that as well. Now, what we do if there's an error, well, I'm just going to console log it and return the profile as null. Perfect. At the end, if everything is great, I'll just return the profile so that we can get it back. Great. Now let's come over here and let's call that function. So inside of this try catch, I'm going to const profile data is equal to await get current user profile. Then if profile data is true, then I want to set the profile to be equal to profile data. Then else I'm going to set the error to be failed to load profile. And in case there's any catches, then I'll handle them as well. I'll probably just console.error them so we can debug. So I'll say error loading profile, and I'll actually just render the error here. But we don't want to show that to the user. We definitely just want to set like that's the same error over here. And finally, when this is done, so finally, I'm going to set loading to false. Great. Now that we created this function, we can call it at the bottom of the use effect. But before I save it, let's make sure we put an empty dependency array. Now, the best way for us to detect if this is working is I'm going to just console log the profile data here. And let's take a look. So profile data. Let's see what we get. So I'm going to inspect over here, console, and I'll refresh this. And you see we're getting here. Yeah, it looks like what we have in our database table, not necessarily the user auth data. So yeah, we're correctly fetching the user profile. Great. Now let's build the first part of the user profile, which is the profile card, right? And in the profile card inside of here, we want to first just show the user profile image. Now we haven't added the ability to add a profile image, so it'll just be an empty image by default. And we actually have that empty image over here. So I'm going to go to our public folder and I'll add this image. If you want, you can just get the same one as I have in my code. And then inside of here, we want to open up a div. And then here, we're just going to paste this code. Now, profile seems to be empty. And that is because our possibility of being empty. And it is because we're not handling the case in which it is. So in here, I'm going to say if there's any error or profile is null, then we want to return an empty state. The empty state we want to return is this. It will just show profile not found. If I refresh this, you should see profile not found, but then it should default to showing the image. Now we can go down here and add the second section to the profile. So it will be the profile image, which right now is just an empty nothing, but we're going to add it. And then we're going to add the age of the person, the user's username, and also the date in which their account was created. Now to calculate the age, we actually need to create a function up here to do that. So I'm going to say function calculate age. It's a function that is going to take in a birth date, which is a string because it's a timestamp. And here's what we need to do. It's a function that is going to take in a birth date, which is a string. And here's what we have to do. We get the current date, we get the date version of the birth date, and we calculate the difference and we return that age. Now, when I save this, I'll just update this. Maybe there's an error in quantity. Yeah, I'll delete that. Now you see we get the user's username, we get their birth date, but that's because we also never wrote our age, and we get their username over here, and we got the date in which they were members since. Now let's create the About Me section. That one will be a bit long. Now let's create the About Me section. This one will be a bit longer, but this is how it looks like. So we show like your bio, basic information about you, your dating preferences, and so on. But the thing is, this data is all messed up, right? There's nothing here. So we need to allow the user to update their information. So to do that, we're gonna go 6 down from the divs and we're going to paste this. This over here allows us to have a button to edit our profile. But I need to import the link component from NextLink. So here's what it looks like. We have this button over here. It is just a link. It will take us to a new route that we haven't created yet called the profile edit. And it will have an SVG. It also shows our username. And when we click on it, we're brought to that page, which we haven't made, which will allow us to edit our profile. Great. Now for us to make the edit profile page, what we have to do is we have to create another folder inside of our profile folder and call it edit. This way we'll have a route that is like this. It will be /profile/edit, and it will allow us to access the editing functionality. Let me actually just go to that page, which doesn't exist right now, but I'm going to add a page.tsx inside of this folder, and I'm going to export default function, and I'm going to make the edit profile page. I'll just return a div for now, and we should see that the route now exists. Perfect. Now let me just pull this a bit closer, and let's continue building this. Now for the edit profile page, we need to have a div that is gonna encompass the entire page, similar to what we have so far. Then we're gonna have another div that is going to be the container of this page. And we're gonna have a header section that, like we have in every page, just giving the title and the description of this page. Now below this header section, let's add another div. And on this div, we're just gonna put some minor class names. We're going to make it have a maximum width of 2XL, and also the margin X to be auto. Then inside of here, I want to have a form. Now on this form, I want to add the following class name, and also I want this form to contain an input for all of the different parts of a user profile. So as you can see over here, by the way, I just noticed something. It says profile not found, which is not technically what we want while the data is loading. So what we want to do is actually so if the data is loading, then we actually want to show a different UI here. If the data is loading, we want to show this, just the text saying loading profile. And now it doesn't look like it's an error, even though it doesn't have an error, right? So going back to what I was talking about. In this edit page, we want to have a form with an input that allows us to fill out every single part of this profile. So it includes a bio, you can write a bio, it includes changing your preferences, it includes changing your username and so on. So inside of this form, let's do exactly that. We'll start by creating the profile picture input. So we're gonna have a place where we can change the user's profile picture, and we'll add just a minor class name here. We're just gonna make a margin bottom of 8. Then we're gonna add a label for this specific input. And then below this label, we're going to add a div, which is going to have another div inside of it for containing the elements. And on this top div, we're just going to set the display to flex and center the items. On this inner one, we're just going to set the position to be relative. And then we kind of want to do something similar to what we did with the profile picture over here. We want to add a div to encompass that image, but also add a component that allows us to upload an image. So inside of this div, I'm just going to apply some small little class names, as you can see. And then I'm just going to add an image tag that is going to render the current profile picture. But we're just using the default avatar instead of actually using the actual profile picture yet. We're not doing that yet, but we'll keep it like this for a second. And then we want to add an ability to upload or change the profile picture. So I'm actually going to create a component called photo upload. And this component is going to be the one that we can just choose a picture to upload. And now to do this, we're going to come here into our components folder, and I'm going to create the photo upload.tsx component. Now in this component, we're going to export default function. We're going to call it photo upload. And this component is going to take in a couple props. The first prop is we need to have a function called onPhotoUploaded, and we'll define the type of it right over here to be onPhotoUploaded, and it would be a function that has a URL as the argument of type string, and it will return void. This is the only prop we need. Then inside of here, we want to have a div that we are returning, and we'll just put some minor class names to it. Like I'll make the position absolute. I'll set the bottom to 0 and the right to 0. And then inside of this, I'll put an input for selecting the photo. So on this input, we need to make it be of type file. And I want to say that it accepts only images. So I'll say of the image type, that's the only thing that it accepts. Also, I'll just give a class name to it, and I'm going to make it be hidden by default. Then I'm going to save this, and I'm going to call this onUpload component from here. It requires us to pass that prop, so I'll just pass an empty function from now. I'll just say null. And then we see that now I want to show that image. I want to show that button appearing here, that input appearing here. So let's make a function that when called is going to select the file. So I'm making here a function. It's going to be an async function. It's going to be called handle file select. And this function will take in as an argument an event. This event is going to be of type React change event, and it's going to have an HTML input element type. Now, what is this function going to do? Well, it's going to be called whenever there's an on change to this input, right? And we want to get the image that the user selected to edit, and we want to change it and set it in the backend so that the user saves that as their profile image. So to do that, we have to first get the file from the input. So I'm going to say file is equal to event.target.files. Now, because you can technically get multiple files, we have an array, but I'm just going to default it to 0 because we know that we only have one file, and I want to put this as an optional type. Then I'm going to check if there is a file that the user selected, because if not, then I want to return. So I'll say if not file, then return. Then I want to validate the file type. Even though we only said that it accepts images, we definitely don't want to send something that isn't an image. So I'll check here by saying if file.type.starts with, if it starts with an image type, then or if it doesn't start with an image type because we put the negation here, then I actually want to create a state up here that is going to keep track of any errors. So I'll import the use state, which means I need to make this into a client component. So I'll say use client. And in here, I'll just set the error to be please select an image file. And I'll just return. Great. Now below this, I need to also validate the image size. We don't want to allow people to upload an image that is, I don't know, 100 gigabytes, right? Because that would break our backend probably. So I want to check the file size, and I only want to allow a maximum of 5 megabytes as the image. So I'm going to say file size is greater than 5. And then the way we calculate if it's greater than 5 megabytes is by multiplying this times 124 twice. So 124 times 124. And if it is greater than that, then we're going to do this. We're going to set an error, but the error will say file size must be less than 5 MB. Perfect. Then finally, when this happens, it means that we are successfully fetching the image and we can start uploading. So what I want to do is I actually want to create a state that is going to keep track of when the user is uploading or not. This is a Boolean, as you can see. And on this Boolean, I want to set it to start right here. So set uploading is equal to true. Then after it, I want to set the error to be null. So we refresh the error, right? We restart it in case there's another one here. Then I'm going to try and catch an action. For the catch, I'll just grab any errors, and I'm just going to set the error to failed to change photo. And I'm going to put a finally clause over here, which is just going to set the uploading to false because it's the loading state. And then the important part is here on the try. Now on the try, we want to basically await a server action that we want to create called upload profile photo. And upload profile photo is going to exist in this profile actions file that we have over here. So we're going to export an async function called upload profile photo. It's going to be of type, it's going to have an argument of type file, and it's going to return a promise that is going to result in the success of uploading this image. Now to upload this image, we need to do something similar to what we did here in the get current user profile. First, we need to create an instance of the Supabase client in the server. Then we need to validate if the user is logged in or not. And if the user is not logged in, then actually we need to change a bit our error message. We want to return always from this function an object with a field called success. And in the case in which the user is not authenticated, this value will be false. And we could also always pass an error message, maybe an empty if it's a success, or a full one if it is an error. Now in this case, we'll return an error saying that the user is not authenticated. Perfect. Now in here, we want to now generate a unique file name for this new image that we are uploading. So we're technically going to upload this to Supabase. Supabase not only has database providing, like it has a PostgreSQL database for us to use, and it not only has authentication, but it also has storage capabilities. So in here, we are going to be dealing with storage. Now to work with Supabase storage, we need to first create a bucket in which we're going to keep our files. Now we're only accepting images, but in here is going to be where we upload the profile images. So I'm going to give it a name of profile photos. And for simplicity reasons, I'll make this a public bucket. Then I'll click create, and we're going to create this bucket. Then inside of our code, what I want to do is I want to generate a unique file name so that we can insert that file into our Supabase storage. Now it has to be unique because we can't upload two files with the same name. So the easiest way for us to make this actually be a unique name is we'll first get the file extension by getting the file.name and splitting it after the dot. I did this wrong. So it has to be file.name.split and then put a dot. So you know how you have an extension of an image. We want to pop that out and get that. So if it's a PNG, we'll get that. If it's a JPEG, we'll get that. And then I'm going to create a file name variable in which the way we're going to uniquely generate those file names is like this. We're going to first put the user ID because that's unique. So we'll technically never have a file with that name since it has the user ID in it. Then we're going to make it even more unique by inserting the current date. And then finally, the last thing we want to do is we also want to put the extension because we accept multiple extensions. And I'll just insert that extension inside of here. Great, now we have a unique name for uploading that image. Now, to upload that image, we have to say const is equal to await supabase.storage. Now, when we say .storage, we need to specify what bucket we're trying to upload to. In our case, is the profile photos bucket that we just created, and we'll call the upload function. Now, for the upload function, we need to pass two things, actually three things technically. So the first thing is we need to pass the file name of the file we want to insert. The second thing is the actual file. And the third thing is any kind of options and configurations we might want to pass. For example, we might want to pass a cache control of something like 3600 so that we have caching in this operation. Then we also want to specify that we don't want to upsert, and upsert means that if you're trying to upload a file that already exists in this bucket, do we want to update it? But we don't want to set this because you should never be able to upload to files with the same name. Then what we want to do is we want to get back the error, and if there's any errors that happen in here, then we want to return a message saying that there was some sort of error. And we can actually return the error message specifically. So I'll say error dot message. Perfect. Now that's done, we uploaded it to our Supabase storage. That's great. And now because it's in a Supabase storage, that image will have a URL that we can use to download it. And we can get that URL by calling the supabase.storage, then specifying what storage bucket we're talking about, which remember it's the profile photos. So I'll just paste that. And then we can call the get public URL function. That function requires us to pass a file name, and it will return to us the URL of that image. When we get that back, we'll get the public URL from it. And here's what we need to do. We need to return that back to our client. So I'm going to return success is equal to true. And instead of returning an error, I'm actually going to return a URL in this case, and it's going to have that public URL. Great. Now in our photo upload, I can import this function, and I can pass the file as an argument to it and get back any result that we need. Now the result might have an error, it might be successful, and if it is successful, so if result.success is true and result.url is true as well, then we know that we successfully uploaded it and we have the public URL. And in that case, I'm going to call the onPhotoUploaded function and pass in that URL. Now, we haven't made that function yet. Even when we call it over here, it's just an empty function. But when we do, we're going to do something with that URL. More specifically, we're just going to replace the image in the edit profile page. So right now it's giving us a bug, but we're going to change that image to actually be the one that we just uploaded. Now, another thing we want to do is set error to be equal to null. Now, if this isn't true, it means that there was an error, and we specifically return error messages. So I'll just set the error to be equal to result.error. And if not, if there isn't any error, I'll just say failed to upload photo. Great. Now this should be working, but technically it isn't working. So before anything, let me just make it such that when we call the onPhotoUploaded, we just console log the value of that. So I'll just console log the URL to test it out. We're not gonna change anything. Now the second thing is I need to turn this edit component into a client component so that that error goes away. And nice, we can now see this. Now I want to add a little section below the photo upload that will say that this is the place to upload a new profile image. And then on the photo upload component, we have this input for selecting the image, but we're not really seeing it. So we actually want to add a button below this. Now the button is going to be pretty simple. It's going to require us to pass a function called handle click, which we'll use to handle what happens when you click on the button. And we'll pass the following props to this button. It will be a type of button, so it doesn't submit the form. Also, it will have the handle click as the on click. It will be disabled when you're uploading, and it will have the following title. Now, for the label of it, we actually want to put something. Right now, it's just this pink little button, but we're not really doing anything. I actually want to put an SVG to it. So I just added this SVG that represents an upload button. And what this SVG is just a little camera. And we also change it while you're uploading to be a spinner. So this is all we're doing right here. Now, what do we do with the handle click function? Well, we want to open or click on the input. Like you just noticed that we hid the image, right? The file input. And the reason why we hid it is because styling this kind of input of type file is almost impossible. So a workaround of that is to create a button that has the style that you want for that, and then making it such that when you click on that button, it will click or trigger the input to be selected. So the easiest way for us to do that is for us to create a ref that is going to be passed to the input. So I created this file input ref, and on this input over here, I'm going to pass a ref to it. So I'll say ref is equal to this. And now that we have a reference to this input, on this handle click, I can very easily say file input ref.current and then simulate a click on it, which will make it such that when I click on this button, which isn't the input, open my input selection. Great. Now there's just one issue. If I try submitting this, you'll see immediately that I'll just choose like here, a random image. I'll choose this. Did we get an object? No, this isn't the real thing. So it's not actually doing anything. We try submitting it, but it's not really uploading it or console logging it. So what we need to do now is add some RLS policies to our profile photos bucket. Now to add the RLS policies to this, we come here to the policies table, and then I'm going to click on new policy, and I'm going to add a full customization to this. Now the first policy I want to do is I want to make it into an anyone can view profile photos, because literally anyone can, right? We want to make it that anyone can see other people's photos, because that's the whole point of the app. You can see people before liking them. Then I'm going to default to all selected, and this over here should be good as well. So I'm going to review, and I'm going to save the policy. Perfect. Now the only other policy we need is a policy for inserting data. So I'm going to call it users can upload profile photos, but also we only want to allow authenticated users to do that. So I'm going to click on insert because it's an insert functionality, and we're going to default it to everyone. And then on this, we actually want to make some changes. So we are not just allowing anyone with this bucket ID to be able to upload. We want to also make sure that the user authentication role is equal to authenticated. And this will make sure that it will only allow authenticated users to upload to this table. I'm going to save the policy, and we now have that policy successfully. Okay, so now we can test this. I'm going to click on here. I'm going to select a random image I have, and see it went into loading state. We can check to see if this is working by refreshing the bucket, and yeah, the image is over here. It's an icon, a random icon I have, and perfectly. We're now saving the images in Supabase, but we're not really changing this to show that. So that's the next thing we want to do. We want to change that image in the input. Instead of using the default avatar, we wanted to actually use the image that the user just uploaded. So in order to do this, we actually have to have a state in our edit profile page that is going to keep track of the entire form data. Meaning as we edit, as we create different inputs in this form, and as the user types on those inputs, we want to keep track of that information on a single state. So I'm going to do that. It's going to make it easier for us to update the profile picture. I'm going to create here a state, and I'm going to call it form data. So we'll just call it form data and set form data. Now, what is the type of form data? Well, we want it to look a bit like this. We want it to be an object that has the value for the full name input, which is something you can add it, the value for the username input, which again, you can add it, the value for bio, the gender you choose, the birth date that you choose, and also your avatar URL. Now, what we're dealing with right now that is important is the avatar URL, because inside of our image over here, instead of just rendering the default avatar, we're actually going to be rendering the form data.avatar URL if it exists. If not, we'll render the default avatar. But as you can see, we have that as empty. So what we want to do is when we get the photo and it's uploaded, we want to get back the URL. So I'll do that. I'm going to set the form data to be everything that it is right now, right? We're just going to keep every part of the form data the same and we do that by triple dotting the current value, but we're just going to change the avatar URL. And we're going to set it equal to the URL that we have from this onPhotoUploaded function. Great. Now let's try again. So we technically we uploaded a photo here, this photo, but I'm going to delete it just so we can test this all again. And then we'll come back here. We're going to select this. Then we'll choose this. And as you can see, it should not only upload, but also change the profile picture on the thing to show the image that we just uploaded. Great. Now we're done with the photo upload section. Now what we want to do is we'll go 3 down on this form over here, and we'll start building the next part of the form. It's going to be the basic info section. So in here, we want to create a div for a grid-like structure, and then an internal div for each individual input that we're going to have. Now, the first input that we're going to have is going to be the input for the full name. So what we need here is we need to have a label with the name full name. We need to have an input of type text with the proper IDs. And also we're setting the value of it to be full name as per what exists in the form data object. We also want to create an onChange here that is going to call a function called handle input change. And this function will be passed to every single input that we have with the exception of the image. And to build this function, we're going to say function handle input change. And what we want is we want to get the event from this input change, which could be technically, it's a React.change event because it's an onChange of an element or an input. But we're going to use this for all types of inputs that we're going to have in this thing. So we're going to have normal text type inputs for the full name and username and so, but the bio will be actually a text area, and the gender will probably be a select. So what we could do is we can make it such that this accepts either an HTML input element, which is the most basic one. It also accepts an HTML text area element, and it also accepts an HTML select element. So that's just some basic typing from TypeScript. Then the function is actually going to be pretty simple. We just get the name and the value of the element. So we get what the input is and also what the user typed on it. And then we just set that in the form data state. So if the user is filling in the username input, it should set the value of what they're typing inside of the field, which has the name equal to username. So now we can just reuse that function everywhere in our inputs and it should be good to go. Now, after full name, we'll create a space over here. We're going to add the same thing, but for username. For username, it's just going to be just change the label and then change the ID and the name, and we'll still call the handle input change. I'll just delete here one extra closing div because we don't need it, and we should be good to go. Now, let's take a look at what we have. We have the first portion of the grid, right? Now, let's create the second one. I'm going to go down 2 divs, and I'm going to create another grid, which will contain the inputs for the gender of the user, the inputs for the user's birth date, and also the user bio. We'll start with the birth date and the gender. So we just created an input, but the difference for the gender is that it's a select input, not a normal input. So you have here all the options that we put, and it's pretty much the same, just change the name to gender and use the same handle input change function. For birth date, the only difference is that the input is of type date, and obviously the name and the ID as well. Now it kind of looks like this. We can now again close this section again and finally go to the last section. This last section is going to be the bio. So I'm going to put a div over here, and I'm just going to put really quickly here a class name for this div. It's just going to have a margin bottom of 8, so we have some spacing. And inside of this div, what I want to do is I want to add this. We're going to have a label saying that this is the About Me section. It's going to be a text area, not an input. And it is going to be a text area with a minimum of 4 rows, but also a max length of 500. So as you type on this input, you see that this number changes. Now, how do we do that? Well, we basically just got the amount that the user is typing, so the length of whatever their current bio is, because it changes as they type because of our onChange function over here. And we're just setting that to be out of the amount of characters. So it's really simple. It just increases because obviously when we don't have any characters, it's 0 characters, but as I type, it will increase with it. Perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to create these states that are going to be part of the submission process of this form. So it's similar to what we've been doing so far. We're going to create a loading state. So I'm actually going to copy from this. We have here a loading state and also an error state. So I'll paste both of them over here. But also we're going to create another state, which is going to be a state called saving. Now, why are we having a loading state and a saving state? Well, because there's 2 pieces of database operations that we're going to have in this component. The first is if I already have a profile, I want it to automatically fill in the inputs with the data that is in the database table. I don't want to have to because then if I save this, then it would just reset all the values. If I already have my full name set up, I want it to already show on this input. So to do that, I have to query that information from the backend, right? I need to query that information. We have a function in our profile over here, the get current user profile. We're going to be using that, but also we're going to be changing that information. So I have this loading state, which will keep track of us loading that data to get the data and put it on the input. And we're going to have the saving state to keep track of uploading and changing the data. So we'll start with the loading. I'm going to create here a use effect that is going to create an async function called load profile. And in this function, we're going to try and catch and have a finally over here as well. Similar to what we've been doing. On the finally, we're just going to set the loading to be false. On the error, we're just going to set the error to be equal to failed to load profile. And on the catch, we're going to actually call the profile function, the get current profile function that we have created. So get current user profile. And it's as easy as that. Now that we have that, we're going to say if profile data is equal to true, then I'm going to set the form data to have that value. So I'm going to start with the full name. I'm just going to get the profile data by saying profile data dot full underscore name. But obviously, if that doesn't exist, I'll just default it to an empty string so that the user can edit. Now I'll do the exact same thing for all the other types. And if I come over here, we should see that if I refresh this, I just realized we have to put a empty dependency array here. And also, I forgot, we have to call the function. But thank God I didn't call the function before I put the empty dependency array. So let me load the profile. Perfect. Now let me refresh this. And yeah, perfect. Now every input got filled in with the data that we set up by default for each user. But what I want now is to be able to edit this and save it. I want to change this to PedroTech. I want to change this to Pedro Machado. And then obviously choose my gender to be male and my birth date to not look like I'm 1 year old, right? So I'm going to do that. What we need to do that is we have to create a submit function for this form. So I'm going to make here an async function and call it handle form submit. Now on this handle form submit, I'm going to have an event, which is going to be a react.form event. And inside of here, I'm going to start by preventing default. So the form doesn't refresh, the page doesn't refresh. We'll start off by setting the saving state to be true. And initially the saving state should actually be false because it's something that we initiate the loading. Then what I want to do is I want to set the error to, I'm going to reset the value for error to also be empty, which actually should be a null value, not an empty string. Then we'll do a try catch finally statement. So we'll do catch and we'll also do a finally. Perfect. On the finally, I'll just set saving to be false. On the catch, I'll just set error to be failed to update profile. And on the catch, I'm going to call a function that we haven't created called update user profile. For that, we need to send the form data that the user wants to change, right? So let's do that. I'm going to make it on our profile actions file. And in here, right in between the two functions, I'm going to create an async function called update. What did we call it? We called it update user profile. Yeah. So update user profile. It is going to take in a form data, which a form data is actually going to be a partial type of a user profile, which is a type that we have already, right? So user profile is that type that we created previously, and it includes everything related to a user, but this is just the individual stuff that we can edit. So we're making that as the type. And what we want to do first is we want to do the whole getting the Supabase client, checking to see if the user is authenticated and if they can do this. And if so, we'll continue. But if not, we'll just return saying that they are not authenticated. Then below this, we want to call Supabase to await Supabase and then specify that we want to query the users table. And not query, we want to actually update that table. Now we want to update the following fields. We want to update the full name field, the username field, the bio, the gender, the birth date, the avatar URL, and also the updated at field. Now it's giving us an error because we should actually call this the argument to be profile data. And now this should update the user with the data that comes from the form. But we have to specify which user we want to update that, or else we'll just update every single row in the users table. Now we want to only update the user who has an ID equal to the user.id. And if there is any errors, we just want to, first of all, console.log the error. So I'll just console log the error so we can see it internally, but we'll also return back a success is equal to false and an error with the error.message. Now, if not, we'll just return success equal to true because this is an operation that we don't need to get anything back. So just let ourselves know that it was successful. Perfect. Now we'll come back over here and we'll update this function. Why is it not importing? Did we we never exported this. Okay, let's export async update user profile. We'll import this over here. And now we have to do something with the result. Well, we know the result is successful if it returns success is equal to true. And if it's correct, then we actually want to redirect the user to the profile page to see the new profile with the updated data. So to do that, I'm going to call the use router hook. So use router from next navigation. And down here, we're going to say router.push, and I'm going to push the user to the profile page. Great. But if there is an error, then we want to set the error to be equal to the result.error or just a general failed to update profile. Perfect. Now we can test this out. I'm going to, again, change this to Pedro Machado. I'm going to change this to PedroTech. I'll change my gender to male. I'll change my birth date to, I'll just put something random. I'll say 19 or July of, okay, I'll put this date. And then let me actually just add here a ChatGPT generated bio that I made for this project. And when we save this, this should all actually save the data into our backend. So let's actually add the button that is going to submit the form. So we have here our form. We're going to pass the handle submit as the on submit. So handle form submit. And now we have to add a button for submitting the form. Also, we have to add a button to cancel the editing of the form. So I'm going to create here a div that has both of those. The first button is of type button. Make sure you do that, or else it might try submitting the form. And all we do with it is we just use the router API and we send the user back to where they were. Then the other button is for saving the changes that you just made, and it is of type submit. So what we see here is that as I type this, right, I can click save changes. And if everything is successful, we should go back, and now this is the profile that I have. Now, I just realized that, oh, this isn't properly showing the correct image. We actually have to change that. So we'll go down here and we'll go to where we have the profile picture. And it seems like it is not correctly saving the profile image URL. So let's take a look at that. Yeah, it says it's empty, which is not something we want. Are we not correctly calling the handle photo uploaded function? I thought we did. Oh, I think my page actually, I forgot to actually add a profile picture. Let me do that. I just realized that for this last time I didn't actually change anything. So I'll save this, and yeah, now we have the profile picture. Great. This is awesome. You see our username is here, our edit profile button is here, and we can just move around. Perfect. Now we have our whole profile page completely done. The only thing we could do left is use that error state that we have here, and also the loading state for our advantage. Now for the error state, I usually put it above the action buttons. So we'll go right below the bio and right above where we had the cancel and the saving buttons, and we'll check to see if there's any errors. If there is, we'll just render it. Now for the loading state, it's going to be the exact same thing we did with the other component. We'll just add a loading state over here so that when we navigate to the edit profile, it's loading for a second and then it shows the whole page, which is way better than just showing the page with no data inside of it until it loads. Great. Now that we have the profile, we can actually start building the discovery functionality. Now, in order for us to build this page, we're going to need fake data. Now, what do I mean by fake data? Well, I am using a dating app over here, right? So we need to have data for other users. And it actually works a lot better if it is a lot of other users. So I wrote a script that calls our Supabase API, and it creates like fake users for us. So it will get a profile picture, it will add a name, a gender, just random for everything, and it will generate those users for us. I'm going to obviously link the script down below, and we're going to run it right now together. So here's how we're going to do this. We're going to come over here and we're going to create outside of our app a folder called scripts. So I'll create a folder here. We're going to call it scripts. And in this folder, we're going to create a file called create fake profiles.ts. Now on this file, I want you guys to paste the following. Now, what is this? This is a JavaScript script that will run. I need to install just one package. We'll do this right now. That's the faker package, which allows us to easily generate data. So I'll just install it. And this script basically connects to your Supabase project. It creates a client for it. And then it has a list of fake profiles. More specifically, I have 10 fake profiles over here. Again, they're a variation of male, females with different ages and so on. Each of them have a profile picture. And what we have down here is a function called create fake profiles that loops through that list, and it actually calls Supabase to create the user. Notice how we're not doing a sign up. We're creating the user. This is actually something that we can only do if we are an admin to our Supabase account. We're also immediately confirming their email or else we wouldn't be able to confirm their email. All their emails are fake as we have over here. And also I made it such that everyone's password is the word password because I'm going to have to log in into their accounts for testing purposes. So I made it super easy. Now, since we're doing some admin operation in Supabase, we have to actually have what is known as a service role key. This is a variable that we don't have in our current .env.local. So I'm going to open this up over here and I'll just create this variable. Now we need to get that directly from our Supabase account. We'll go to project settings and we'll go to API keys, and our service role is secret. It's this thing over here. Now don't copy mine, not only because I am for sure going to delete this project immediately after I'm done with this video, but also because it won't work for you. So I'm going to save this, and now we can actually operate this. Now to run this script, we're going to actually come to our package.json. And in here, we're going to add it as a part of the scripts. Now to do it, I'll just put another entry over here and create this script called create fake profiles. All it does is it just runs the script file that we have. And now to generate those users, I just have to come here to our terminal and run npm run create fake profiles. Now you see we got this command tsx command not found, and that's because we need to install tsx into our project. And now that we have installed it, we can run that command again. Now you see that it says Supabase URL is required. Now why is it? Did we put the wrong Supabase URL? So next public Supabase URL. Oh, I figured out what the issue is. So we would actually have to put in some work to actually get the environment variables to come into the script. But to be honest, I'll just make it, I'll remove the environment variables from here just because this is a script we're gonna run once. So we don't really care if we have environment, we have the API keys directly here. Just obviously never commit this file. I don't know why you would anyways, because we have to get this one actually, because this is just a script that we're gonna run once and then never do it again. So I'll just paste the real credentials in here, and now we should be able to run the script. So by running the script, you'll see it will start creating the users, and each green check mark means that it created, and in the end, it says that all of the accounts were created. There's only one way to actually know. So I'll go here to the authentication table, and long and behold, you see we have 10 more users displayed. Then for them, you see that we have here each user as a user profile with different genders, different birth dates, different bios, and so on. I just realized that Sarah Johnson don't have a profile picture for some reason. I'll just make her profile picture be this, just for us to not, have a person without a profile picture. And yeah, that's perfect. Now we should have data to play around with. So I'm going to come back here and let's start building the discover page. So to build the discover page, we're going to actually come to our app, and we're going to make a folder on the app folder, and we're going to call it matches. Then inside of this folder, we're going to make a page.tsx. Now this is technically not the matches page where we have the, your own matches, but this is actually where we get the user potential matches and they can scroll through them. So in here, we're going to export default function matches page. Now inside of here, we'll just for now return a div with nothing in it. Now this, more than all the other pages, we actually need to get the data first before building the UI, because it doesn't make sense to build the UI without having data to see what it looks like. So what we want to do is actually fetch the data for the user potential matches, people that they might potentially match with, and display that in our screen. So I'm going to create here a state called the potential matches state. I'm going to make it be of a type user array because it's an array of users, and it will be an empty array at first. We're going to call this potential matches and set potential matches. Now, since we're making this into a client component, I need to come up here and say use client. Now down here, we want to do the classic loading state that we always want. And below this, we'll have a use effect that will run to call Supabase. Now in this use effect, I'll say async function load users, and I'll load all the users I want by creating a server action that will handle the potential matches and everything match related, similar to what we did with profile. Now I'll just handle the catch cases over here. I actually don't want to show any error messages to the user. In this case, I'll actually just console log it or console error it, and I'll error the error message. But on a finally case, I want to just set loading to false. Then on this try over here, we're going to create a variable called potential matches data, because we have this already called potential matches. And I'm going to set this equal to await get potential matches. Now, this is obviously a function that we don't have yet, so we're going to have to create that. And after we get that data, we're just going to set the potential matches to be that. So now let's create this function. So to make this, I'm going to go to our lib folder, our actions, and I'm going to create the matches.ts file. Now in here, we want to create everything related to matches, from getting the data for potential matches, executing a match, and also liking users. So we'll start by exporting an async function called getPotential matches. So potential matches. Perfect. Now, since this is a server action, I need to say use server at the top. And I need to import the Supabase client by saying Supabase is equal to await, create client, and import the server version of it. Then in here, we're actually going to copy what we were doing on the profile page, where we try authenticating the user. If not, return an error message. Now, I'm actually going to throw an error in this case, which will just say throw new error, not authenticated. Perfect. Now, if the user is authenticated, then we want to query for we'll query await from Supabase dot from users, because that's the list that we want to check, and we're going to select all parts of a user. And right now, let's actually just make it such that we'll just not select the user himself. So we'll not include the user themselves. And to do that, we'll just put a not equal function, and we'll select all users that aren't the user who is logged in. But we'll then obviously change this to apply some of the specific preferences for the user. Now, when we get this data back, I'm going to say data, and I'm going to say error. Now for the data, I want to change its name to potential matches. And also, if this app does scale and you have a lot of users, you only want to limit to 50 users. Now, if there is an error, then I want to throw new error saying failed to fetch potential matches. And if not, then I want to fetch the user preferences. Now to do that, I'm going to say const is equal to await supabase.from users dot select, and I'll only select the preferences field, and I need to pull this out of here, and then the preferences field where we have the ID of the user equal to the user.id. We're going to get the preferences back. So I'll say data is equal to user prefs, and then any error is going to be called prefs error. Sorry about the names. And then if there's a prefs error, we'll throw a new error saying failed to get user preferences. And then if not, then we have this information. Now in here, I'll get the current user prefs, and this will set it equal to user prefs dot preferences, which is what we're going to get back. Now that will be of type any. And why is it giving us an error again? Maybe it's because we need to actually specify that this is a single return. Yes. And then after we get the current user preferences, we'll get the user gender preferences, because that's the most important thing. You only want to show people's preferred genders on the potential matches. So we'll get the gender preference list. So we'll default it to an empty array if it doesn't exist. And obviously, just in case this is null, it doesn't break our app. And then I'm going to say filtered matches. So we want to loop through the list of potential matches and filter through it. So I'm going to say potential matches. Why did I call this get potential matches? I'll just say potential matches. So I'll get the potential matches and I'll filter through them. Now for each individual element, I'm going to grab this argument called match and a key, and I'm going to write some logic to detect if I want to keep this item or not. Actually, I don't need the key, to be honest. It's the index, right? What I only need is if the user has no gender preference or the gender preference list length is equal to 0, then pretty much return true, right? Because then we'll return everyone. If not, then return if the gender preferences includes the current user gender. So if the user prefers females and there's 5 females and 5 males, this filtered matches array should only return the array with the females. And then when we get that back, I want to actually map, because the data we get back from the potential matches doesn't really look like what we have for users. This function over here should actually return a promise of a user profile array. So a user profile is not a user like it's returned in normal Supabase queries. So I need to map it to look exactly like it. So I'll grab the match here again, and I'm going to map it like this. I'll grab each input and I'll just directly insert it over here. Now I'm just matching each individual value to the format that we need, but email is actually something that you don't want to leak. So make sure that you remove that. Now, the location and latitude is also something we don't want to leak, so I don't want to display it like this. Perfect. And in the end, if this is null, we'll just default it to an empty array. So after all that, I'll just return the filtered matches and we should get that data back over here. Now we can import this. If I export this function, it's already exporting. Did we name this incorrectly? Yeah, we did. Get potential matches. So now I can just import it, and it says that the type is wrong, and that's because we are using the wrong type for this potential matches array. It should be user profile. Perfect. Now let me actually just console.log the potential matches array for us to see if it is working. I'll go back over here. I'll inspect my element, and we should see here, this is the auth context, not the one that we want. I'll refresh this, and oh damn, I just need to make sure that there's a empty dependency array. Why is this not? Oh, we never called the load users again. Same mistake twice. Now I'll come over here, I'll refresh this, and we should see the data being an empty array. Interesting. If we come over here and then we just console.log the potential matches, let's see what happens. So I'll refresh this, then we'll go to over here where we're running this, and it's also an empty array. So we definitely made a mistake in here. Let's take a look at what we did. Okay, so I found out what the bug was. The bug is that we are only allowing users to select their own profile. Actually, I want to change this. I want to say users can view profiles in general, because then we can allow them to see everyone's profile. I'm going to change this to just saying true, and I'm going to save the policy. And now we can come here and inspect element, and then it should work. We still see an array of 0, but that probably is because we weren't console logging the wrong thing anyways. We should have been console logging this and not the state. And we should see that now if I refresh this, we do get an array with 10 items, and it's 10 items because if I checked my account when I created, by default, you have your preference to have a gender of both female and male, but I'll change this right now so we can test. We're going to add here as my array. I'm going to make it just be male. Oh, no, I just want it to be female. Sorry. And when I save the changes, now if I refresh this, we should only see 6 people, right? Because there's only 6 females in the options. Perfect. So you see, this is how the filtering is working. And obviously, I created some space for you guys to also add features yourself. For example, maybe add a filtering for distance, age range. It's as simple as what we just did over here. Just add more stuff to the filtering, and it should be good to go. So now, what do we do with this list of potential matches? Well, we technically only want to show one user at a time, which is what happens in Tinder and other websites like this. You only want to show one user, and when you do show that user, you want to allow the user to either like the user or pass them. So I want to have a way for me to navigate to which user I'm showing right now. So we'll keep track of the index, meaning the current user, that is being displayed on this screen. And this will be a state, which will be a number. It will be 0 by default. 0 will be the first user. And then right before we show the UI, I'm going to create a variable called current user and our current potential match. And I'll set this equal to potential matches and get the one at the current index. We should see that if I were to render this and say current potential match dot, full name, we see that the first user displayed to us is showing over here. So we just want to build a UI that matches that look and shows the user. So how do we do that? So like we always do, I want to start with a div that is going to encompass the whole page and give color to it. Then create the second inner div that is just going to create the skeleton and the container. And then I want to start by creating a header for this page. This header is going to just allow you to scroll through your matches. It will also just display what this page is. It's going to have a margin bottom of 8. And inside of this header, let's just make a simple div that has the following class names. And inside of it, we're just going to have a button for the user to be able to go back to their previous page. And to do that is just this button over here. To do that, we'll have to have access to the use router hook that we've been using so far. So I'll say use router and perfect. Now, if I click on this, it just brings me back to my previous page. So it works. Then below this, right below this div over here, but before we close the header, I want to add the title for this page and also the list of potential matches, the length of how many we have. But it shouldn't be get potential matches. It should be potential matches. So we have 6 profiles to show that matches, or that could be a potential match, and we're showing the number 1. As I navigate, it should show the other ones as well. So now below the header, we want to add the section where we show the actual match card. So we show the profile of the person. To do that, I'm actually going to create a component called the match card component. And inside of it, we need to pass the data for the current potential match. So I'll pass that as props. Now to create this component, I'll come here to our components folder and I'll create the match card.tsx component. Inside of here, I'll just export default function match card. It will take in a user, which is of type match card props. We'll have to make this type as well, which is of type user profile. And inside of this function, we'll start by just returning some UI. We'll start with a div that should represent what a card is going to look like. So we'll start by just setting the width of the entire card to be full. Then we'll add this other div to start building the skeleton of the card. And then we want to actually build the card with a background image, which is the user profile image. And for the image, we want to use the NextJS image component. To import this component, we'll just import image. It is better than just using a normal non-NextJS image component. Because of performance reasons, it's way more optimized. And also because we are now rendering images from this website that I'm using to generate the images URL for the fake users, I actually need to add this host name to our remote URLs in our next config, or else we won't be able to display those images. So I'll come over here and I'll say images. I'll set the remote patterns, and for the remote patterns, I'm going to set the first one is going to have a protocol of HTTPS. And then for the host name, it is going to be this URL that we have for the profile pictures. And if I refresh this now, we should see, it says cannot reading avatar URL. I know what we can do actually. So by adding this to question marks over here, we now get rid of that issue and we see the image of the first user. So that's just a random female that I found on the internet, and she's the one that we're using for this video. So now we actually have to put a gradient overlay over our image because the image might have some white backgrounds and it might make it hard for us to read the text on the profile card. So I'm going to add this gradient overlay. It will make the bottom be a little bit darker. Then what I want to do is I want to display the user info. More importantly, I want to use the user's full name, username, bio, and also their birth date. To calculate the birth date, we actually already did this before. So we can go to the profile page, I believe, And in here, we have this calculate age function that we can just copy and paste it over here. We could create this and make this be actually inside of a file that we can export. But to be honest, we're just using this twice, so it's okay. And inside below this gradient overlay, we'll just insert this section over here. It will include the user's full name, the user's birth date, or the user's age, the user's username, and bio. And you can see that we can see that clearly because of the gradient overlay. I found that if I did this, it would look a bit hard to see. You can even make it a bit bigger. If you wanted to make it a little bit darker, like 80%, you can do it like that. I think 60 is fine. Perfect. Now, you may notice that this over here isn't rounded. It doesn't have full styling in it. And that's because actually when I built this project, I did some utility classes inside of our globals.css. So we haven't made any changes to our globals.css so far, but we want to. So we're going to create a layer called components. And the components layer allows us to create component-like groups of styling that I can apply to certain places. For example, in this case, we want to create a card class name that will be used for any cards that I have in the app. We're going to paste all of the components that we need in this project, and you see that automatically, because we just added this styling, it will apply to wherever we use it. That's why we called this on the top over here, we gave this class name because that's one utility class that we need. You see, we keep getting this error over here where it assumes that a user might be null, but a user, it won't really be null, right? Because it will only be called as part of the current user, right? The current potential match. But obviously, whilst this data is loading, it might not be true. So we don't want to return this while the data is loading. If the data is loading, instead, we want to show a loading state. And you'll see that now it will find the matches, and then it will show even if we don't put a question mark around the or before the fields in the user type. Perfect. Now let's add the like and pass buttons. We'll go 5 divs down, so around here. And we're going to add this. It's just 2 buttons that are going to be represented. One will say like, the other one will say pass. Now we're pretty much done with this component. We'll come back here, and below this, we want to add a div that is going to have one single class name, which will just be a margin top to put some spacing in between what we're going to put inside of it. And what we want to put inside of it is another component called match buttons. Now, match buttons will include the like and the pass buttons. Inside of it, we need to pass 2 props. We need to pass an onLike function, and we need to pass an onPass function. Now, for both of them, we're going to create a handle like and a handle pass functionality. So let's just for now create those functions over here. We'll create them below the use effect. We'll say function handle like, and we'll also create the function handle pass. Perfect. Now let's create the match buttons components. So we'll come over here, create a new file, match buttons.tsx. And in this file, I'm going to export the default function match buttons. Now, the prop of this will have the onLike and the onPass, and I'll just define a type for it because it's 2 things. So I'll say interface match button props. It will have an onLike, which is just a function that returns void, and an onPass, which is just a function that returns void. Perfect. Now, inside of this, I want to return a div that will be the entirety of this section. The class names for this div will just make it display flex and justify the items to the center. I also want to import the component that we created, and it should exist below this card. Now, the main UI for this is we need to have 2 buttons, one for the like and one for the pass. The button for the pass will look like this, where it will be an X over here that when you click, it should pass the user. And the button for the like will look like this. It should be a little heart that you can click and like the user. Now, that's all we need for this component. We'll close it up. And now all we need to do is add the functionality to either like or pass the user. Now, for simplicity reasons, we only have a like table. We don't have a pass table. But if you want to expand on this project, you could also create a pass table, which is similar to a like table. And in the pass table, you just not show the users who you already passed to yourself again. So you don't show a potential match that has been passed to the same user twice. In our case, all we're going to do with this handle pass is we're just going to move the user ahead to the next user. So to do that, all I need to do is I just have to set the current index to be equal to the current value. So prev plus 1. And that means that I can now check out all the different accounts by just passing all of them. So as I pass, you see that I see different women until I reach the end. What the hell? Oh, I just realized. Remember when there was a user without a profile picture with which the script didn't create a person. I think I got an image of a guy to put for Sarah Johnson. That was the user. But yeah, let's just ignore this. Now, one thing you might notice is that it breaks. It breaks when I reach the last user. And that's because we do need to make sure that we only pass the user if the current index is less than the user's or the potential matches.length, right? If not, then we don't want to allow the user to move forward. So we can now go up until the end, or not. Now to prevent this, all we have to do is check to see if the current index is less than the potential matches.length minus 1. And only actually pass the user if that's the case. Now you see that if I get to the last user, it doesn't actually do anything. Perfect. Now, let's allow the user to pass. Technically, ideally, we don't even want to show the end state for this because in a real world, you don't have just 6 profiles. You have an infinite amount of profiles. So it will just look for more people. Now, let's do the harder one, which is the handle like. On the handle like, we actually want to save this data into our likes table. Now, the way we do this is like this. In our matches, server actions file, we're going to create a function here called, let's just export it. It will be an async function called like user. This function will take in just one argument. It will be a string called a to user ID, means which user are you liking. Now we don't need the from because we can get that from our Supabase auth. So I need to actually do this whole thing that we usually do where we create the client and get the user from the authentication to see if the user is authenticated. And then we'll have the user ID. Now to insert that data, we just have to call the Supabase client. I'm going to create an error here, call it like error, set it equal to await supabase.from, and then call the likes table and then insert. And then inside of it, I'm going to insert from the user ID equal to the current user who's logged in. They're the ones doing the like. And this like is to the user ID with the ID equal to the to user ID, which is the argument of this function. Now, if there is a like error, we're just going to throw an error message. If not, we'll just return success equal to true from here. Now, there's a bit more that we can do as well. For example, when the user creates the like, we can also check to see if this like creates a match, meaning that another user has already liked the current user. To do this, I'm going to query from Supabase, so await Supabase, and I'm going to query from the likes table, and I'm going to select all of the items, and I'm going to select them if the from user ID is equal to the to user ID. And if the to user ID is equal to the from user ID. Now, that sounds a bit confusing, but it's because when we create a like from the current user's end, right, the to user ID is the user they're trying to like. Now, we want to check if that user also liked them, so we kind of do the opposite. We check to see if the to user ID is the current user, so user.id, and if the from user ID is the user we're trying to like. If this data exists, we'll call it existing like. We'll get that back. If there's an error, I'll just create this error type over here called check error. And then if there is a check error, I'm just gonna throw a new error and just say failed to check for match. If not, then I'm gonna check to see if an existing like exists. Because if it does, then we have an actual match. Now we're not gonna create the match here. The match is actually done automatically from what I explained to you guys in the beginning of the course. It creates through the trigger function called create match trigger. It is enabled, as you can see, and will create on mutual like. But why are we even checking to see if a match is going to be created with this like, if it's going to be done automatically? Well, we're doing this because when you create a like and it creates a match, we want to show a little notification saying that this like created a match. And to do that, we need to get the data for the user that you just matched. And we know that because the existing like is not null. Now, to get that data, we're going to do this. We're going to fetch the data from the user's table and get the user whose ID is equal to the toUser ID. And if there's any errors, we'll just throw that error. But if not, we'll just return an object that will be a success message saying that it's true, but also we're going to have a Boolean saying that it is a match and that's true. And the data for the matched user is going to be whatever we get back from that API request, and its type is going to be as user profile. Perfect. Then on the other case, we're just going to set the is match to false, because then we know that this like was just a normal like and it wasn't an actual matching like. Now we can go back to not the match card, but the matches page. And in the handle like function, we're going to do two things. First thing we need to check is to see if the current index is less than the potential matches dot length -1. If yes, then we're going to get the liked user. We're going to set this equal to potential matches and get the current index that we're trying to like. Then we're going to try and catch. If there's any errors, we'll just console.error it. But to be honest, since this is the main functionality of the app, we don't want to really stop everyone in case there's an error with liking a user. Now, in this try catch, we want to call the like user function that we just created. So we'll call the like user function, and we're going to set this equal and pass the liked user.id. This is the user that we just liked. I also need to make this function be async so that they await work. And with the result, we can check to see if the result is a match. If it is a match, then we want to create two states up here. The first one is for the show match notification. This is going to be actually a state that is going to be a Boolean, and it will let us know if we want to show a little notification saying that there was a match. And on top of that, we're also going to have a state that is going to keep track of the matched user so that in the match notification, we show some information about the user that just matched with us. So now down here in the handle like, if the result is a match, then we want to set the matched user to be equal to the result.matched user. And we also want to assert the type, and we want to set the show notification to be true. Great. Now we want to also move forward to the next user by setting the same thing we did with the pass. We'll just set the prev to be prev +1. Great. Now we'll go down here, right at the bottom, below our match buttons. We're going to call the Boolean and ask if the show match notification is true and the match user exists. Because if it does, then we want to actually render the notification through this component we're going to create called match notification. When we create this component, we're going to need to pass three things. The first thing is a match property, right? So who is the matched user? Then the second thing is an unclose button or an unclose function that is going to close the notification. We're going to create that function, and also a function to start a chat with that user. So the notification will appear over here, and we can click to start a chat with them, and we'll have to handle that logic here as well. So we'll actually create those functions already so that we don't have to have an error message every time. I'll create here a function called handle close match notification. I won't do anything with it, but then I'll create another function called handle start chat. And I'll also not do anything with them, but I'll just pass them over here. I'll say handle close match notification. I'll fix the spelling of it. And I'll also pass the handle start chat function over here. Now let me fix the name of this to not have a capital L, and we should be good to go. Now let's create this component for the match notification. I'll call it match notification.tsx. And inside of here, I want to export default function match notification. And this will have actually a prop. We're going to call it match notification props. And the type for it is going to be like this. It's going to require us to pass a match, which is a user profile type, an onClose, and an onStart chat. Now with that, we'll get here a match, an onClose, and an onStart chat. Great. Now, inside of here, for now, let's just return a div with a text saying new match, something like this. We actually don't have a way for us to see this notification as we're building because it should only show in that situation. But we can actually test that by just adding an or true statement to this, and then the thing will show no matter what down here, as you can see. So now let's build the UI based on the fact that at some point it's going to show up. So to do that, we'll first add the logic that this notification should only show for 5 seconds. That's actually something important. We should only show the notification for 5 seconds because we don't want it to appear there forever. It's just a notification, right? So to do that, we're actually going to create a state over here. We're going to call it the isVisible state and set isVisible. And then this state is going to be a Boolean which is true by default. Then we're going to have a use effect here, which will run, and inside of it, we'll have a dependency array over here that will have the onClose function that we pass as prop as the dependency. Now, inside of this use effect, we want to subscribe to a timeout timer. So we'll have here a timer, we'll set a timeout, and by setting a timeout, we can specify some action that will happen at a specific interval. And this interval is going to be after 5 seconds. So 5,000 milliseconds means 5 seconds. And after 5 seconds, we're going to set isVisible to be false. So close the timer. And also after that, we're going to have a little animation and we'll set the timeout for around 300 milliseconds to call the onClose function by doing this, 300 milliseconds. In the end, we obviously want to clean this up so we don't have any memory leaks. So I'm going to return this and I'm going to clear the timeout and then pass a timer here. Perfect. Now let's start building the UI for this. The first thing I want to do is change this div to have the following logic. What we're doing here is we're basically setting the opacity to be equal to 0 when the thing is not visible anymore. So if I refresh this, you should see, it's already setting on the top right. You see it appears over there, but after a few seconds, after 5 seconds, it actually disappears. So if I open this up, you see the new match notification appears up here, and after 5 seconds, it then disappears. Great. That's what we wanted. Now let's delete this new match thing over here and let's actually build what we want. Inside of it, we want to start by adding a div to be the skeleton of this card, then another div to start spacing out the layout. And the first thing we want to display for the notification is the profile picture of the user who we just matched. So imagine that I actually want to, instead of showing matched user, I just want to show the current potential match. That's actually good. So you see, now we're showing that image over here. It's just an easy way for us to test. but this is what the notification is looking like right now. After we like them and we know that they liked ours already, it should show like this. Now below this image div, we'll put another div over here and show the text that we want to insert. The first thing is this over here. This is a little text. Obviously it has this function, which I'll just comment out for a second. It just says it's a match, and it also has a button for you to close the notification if you want to do it a bit early. Now to make that function, we'll just come up here. We'll create this function, call it handle close. And what this function will do is we'll first set is visible to false, and then it will do the same thing we just did here for the timeout. It will just set the timeout to on close in 300 seconds. So if I click this, you'll see that it will disappear no matter what. It won't wait the 5 seconds. Perfect. Now let's come down here and let's add the next thing. The next thing is a little message saying that you both liked each other. So me and this user liked each other. Now what we want to do is add some action buttons to be able to either start a chat with the user or close the chat. So let's do this. If you see, now it has a start chat or later button. When I click later, obviously it closes because we already have the handle close functionality. But when I click handle start chat, we should be able to again navigate it to that chat that we have with that user. Now let's create that handle start chat function. When we call that function, what we want to do is we want to actually go through 2 steps. We want to first call our on start chat function that comes from the prop. And the second one is we want to call the handle close function, because when you start a chat, you close the thing as well, and you go to the chat with that person. And now that we have that done, we can come back here. We can remove this and actually make it such that it would only show if the user is a matched user. So we can start liking people, right? I'll like Alex Chan. I'll click here, like. Now you see, it says it's a match. But that's not correct because Alex Chan never liked me. Let me go over here. I see there's only 1 like. So there seems to be something wrong with our functionality. But we see that the like was correctly created. You see that there are no matches over here, so that shouldn't have existed. So let's look to see what happened. So I debugged here a bit, and the only issue I could find is that on this check that we have for existing likes, we need to call a single after this. But the issue is that when this returns nothing, it will give us an error. So in this throw error functionality over here, we actually want to ignore any errors from Supabase that are not found errors, because we are expecting that maybe you won't find a user who liked you as well. So if that's the case, then we want to, when we're checking for the error here, we need to also check if the error code is equal to this error code over here. This error code is the not found error. And we only want to throw the new error if the error is not a not found error, because if it is, then we just want to ignore and continue moving forward. So now let's test this out. I deleted all the likes that we created for testing here on our likes table. I'm seeing the first person again. I'll click like, and perfect. It should have created that data here, but not shown the notification. Perfect. Now to test the notification to see if it's working, I actually need to create, open my browser, open this app on incognito mode. So I'll do that. Perfect. So we have here an app open on incognito. It's not signed in. We'll just grab a random user. All of the users' passwords are password. So we can just grab a random email. I'll get Emma Wilson. She's the second person here. So I'll grab this email and we'll sign in with their account. I'm going to say password, I'll click sign in, and great. Now we have signed into their account. Now I'll go to the Discover page and we should see some people. Now there's a bunch of guys, obviously, that I created through that thing. So I want to actually pass them. I'll just pass all of them until we reach myself. Oh yeah, so we have this error now. And that is because so far we haven't had it to render the user from the profile picture that I uploaded, which is a profile picture from Supabase. So we have to do the same thing we did with our with the public URLs that I use for the fake images. And I need to add this remote pattern as a type over here. So I'll do the same thing. I'll say protocol HTTPS, and I want to say that I want to accept images that come from this URL, which is the URL for Supabase. Now let me refresh this, and let's again pass everyone up until we reach Pedro Machado. And I need to like him. Perfect. Now I liked him, and nothing seems to be happening. Actually, I don't even think we did like it. Yeah, because when we get to the end of the list, we're not actually running the like function. So we want to change that. On the handle like function, you see that we are stopping it when we get to -1. But instead, I actually want to show an error message. So I'm going to come over here, and above the loading, I want to check to see if the current index is greater than or equal to the potential matches.length. Because if that's true, then I want to return this UI. Just a little bit of an UI showing like all users, showing a little message saying that there's no profiles to show. That way, if I were to pass the users, right, if I come over here and I pass the users and I get to the end and I like myself, it will actually like myself, and it will show this because there's no more profiles to show. I can refresh and see all the users again. And now over here, we should see that that like was registered. Great. Now let's test out what happens if me as Pedro like the person who just liked me. So who was that person? It was Emma Wilson. I don't know why she appeared less this time, but I'm going to click like her, and it seems like it worked, but I didn't see the notification. That's weird. Let's go to likes. We see that the like was registered and also the match was created, meaning that our trigger function worked, but we didn't see the notification, which is a worry. So let me close this off over here, and let's also delete the like that I just created. I'll just delete it. This means that now let me try liking her again. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't work. I'll figure out why it's not working, and I'll come back with a fix in a second to explain to you guys exactly what happened. Okay, so I figured out what the issue is. The issue was that if I actually came here and I liked each other, right? I like first with the women profile, and now let me like the girl with the male profile. You'll see that the like will be registered and will be shown to the no more profiles to show, but we don't see the notification. But when we click refresh, we then see the notification. The problem is that when we created this code, you see that in our page over here, we only showed the notification on the return statement of the matches page component. But when it's the last user, which surprisingly is in this case the last user that we liked, we immediately get put into this other component. So technically what we want to do is we want to show this in here as well. So we're just going to add this over here just so that in case it's the last user, it will also show the notification. So let me delete the likes over here and the matches. I'll just delete them so that we can test this out. So let me delete both users. I'll come over here, I'll refresh this. I'll go ahead and like Pedro from this account. Then I'll go ahead and like the Emma from this account, and we should see the notification even if it is saying no more profiles to show. If in your case, you just saw the notification because somehow the person that you were trying to test this wasn't the last person, then at least you know now an edge case that you need to account for. Great. Now we have the matching working and everything seems to be fine. Now, what we want to do is we want to add the ability for us to see our matches in this page over here. We want to see a list of matches for the user. So to do that, here is what we want to do. I'm going to, now that we have two screens, I'll just make this be big. And we want to make a route that is called the matches list route. So if I go over here, you see this is the matches/list, and that's what we want. So I'll come into the matches folder and I'll make a list folder and I'll make a page.tsx inside of it. Now inside of this component, we need to export default function and we'll make the matches list page component. Now in here, we need to display some information about the specific match that you have, and also all the matches that a specific user has. So to do this, we are going to need a return statement down here, which we won't fill up for a second, but we're going to need the data for the matches. So I'll make a use effect here that will have at the bottom a empty dependency array. And this use effect is going to have an async function called load matches. And I'll call this function already so I don't forget. And inside of this function, we want to try and catch any errors, and also we'll add a finally clause here too. So we'll follow the syntax and the patterns that we've had throughout the different components. We're going to need two states up here. One is going to be called matches, and this state is going to be for the matches that we found for the user. It will have a type of user profile, not user. And also we'll have a loading state, which will be true by default, but then on the finally clause, we'll just set it to false. Then we'll also have an error here. I'll say error and set error. And this will just be a string or null. So I'll make this be string or null. And then in case there was an error, I'll just say set error is equal to failed to load matches. Now on the try case over here, we want to call a server action we will create called get user matches. And when we get that, we're going to get back the list of user matches, and we'll just set matches to be equal to that. So we have to create this function. So we'll come here to the matches actions file, and in here we will create an export async function called get user matches. Now inside of it, we're going to do the same thing we always do, which is check for authentication. Perfect. Then below that check, we want to do a very specific type of query. So the way we're going to do this is what is known as direct queries. We're going to await Supabase.from, and we want to only get the matches in which there is a user ID equal to the current user logged in, or a user ID 2 equal to the current user logged in. So let me explain why that makes sense. So let us go here to the matches table. You see that in a matches table, we have fields like this. We have user ID 1 or user 1 ID and user 2 ID. And this establishes a match. But if the IDs of these users were inverted and this ID was on user 1 ID and this ID was on user 2 ID, it would still be a match. It's kind of random how we choose which one is which. So that means that a combination of both, but like on a different order, is still the same thing. That means that when we make this query, we have to make sure that we account for getting all the matches in the matches table for this specific user, in which the specific user ID is either user 1 ID or user 2 ID. So to do that, we're going to be selecting from the matches table. So we'll say select, and we'll select all. And then I'm going to put an OR operation here. In an OR, we can actually insert a check for two things separated by a comma. The first check is if the user 1 underscore ID is equal to, and then we insert a value here. We will insert the user ID here. So we're checking to see if the user 1 ID is equal to the user ID. And the second check in this OR is if the user 2 underscore ID is equal to, again, the user ID. Because in both cases, it is a match that we want to get. And when we get this, we want to also get a match that is active. So we have an is active field. I would just get those that are active. This is, again, we're not really doing anything with the is active. It is always defaulted to true if we check out over here. But if you want, you could add some timestamp functionality. I opened some of the fields so that you guys can add more features in the future as well. Now, what I want to do is I want to definitely make this component into a client component because there are some states here. So I'll say use client, and let's also import this get user matches just so that the error goes away. And now on the matches here, let's finish building it. So I'll go downstairs, and after we get that data, I want to check to see if there was any data. I'll call it matches, and I'll check to see if there's any errors. If there is an error, I'll just throw an error. And then when we get the list of matches, all we're going to get is this data over here, right? Which is just the user IDs and the timestamp of when that match happened. We're not really getting anything about the matches themselves, like their profile pictures, their names, and so on. So we actually have to make a list of the matched users, and we need to query that data. This list will be a user profile array, and it will start as an empty array. Then we're going to loop through each match in the matches array, which could be null, so I'll default it to an empty array. And for each of them, I want to get the other user ID, which will be equal to this matching operation over here. If the match user 1 ID is equal to the current user ID, then we'll get the other user ID to be the user 2 ID. If not, we'll get it to be the user 1 ID. And why are we doing this? It sounds confusing, but it's because we want to get the ID of the person we matched with. So user.id is us, and the ID of the user who we matched with is either user 1 ID or user 2 ID. But that depends again on how it's saved in our database table. And we did that logic here to accept both cases if our user ID is either in the 1 or in the 2. So we just need to make sure we get the correct ID here and not just get ourselves. And then with that, we're going to make a Supabase query inside of this for loop to fetch for that data. So I'll say from the users table, I'll select all, and I want to select the one in which the ID of the user is equal to the other user ID. And then when I get that back, I'll get the data. I'll call it other user. I'll get an error. I'll call it user error. And then below this, in case there's an error, I really don't want to do anything because this is inside of a loop. So if there's an error with one match, it's fine. We'll just show the other matches. So I'll just continue in case there's an user error. If not, I want to actually push the data we get for this other user in the format of a user profile to this matched users array. And to do that, I'll just do this. I'll push the matched users and get each individual fields. Now it's giving us an error because we forgot to put a dot single value over here because it brings only one item, not an array, and that's why it was giving us an error. But now we should have the data in the matched users array. And then finally, when we're done with that, we can just return the matched users array as the result. Now we have that data, and we could technically test it out by just console logging the user matches, going back here and checking to see if the data is correct. If this is correct, it should just show one user. Let me just open this up, refresh this. And yeah, it shows an array with one user, and it is Emma Wilson, who is the only match I have. If I were to do this on her browser, I should see myself as well. Great. Now let's go back over here, and let's start by just adding a loading state. We'll just say if loading, we'll show loading your matches, and when it's done, we'll show the UI. So you see, we have this little UI over here. Then we'll come down here to the div, and we'll replace this with the outer shell of our page to make it have the signature color that we have on the background of this website. Then we'll build our container, and then we're going to build our header. Now for the header, we do something a little bit cool. So if the user has, let me just refresh this so it says one. If the user has more than one match, it should say matches here. If the user has only one, it should say match. So that's why we did this over here, where when we're displaying that UI, we check to see if the length of matches is 1. If it is, then we don't put anything extending the word match. If it's not, we put matches to make it plural. Then below this, we want to check to see if the matches.length is equal to 0. Because if the matches is equal to 0, we want to show a sad little message to the user, telling them to go ahead and try swiping a little bit more. So we'll render this. Now to do that, we have to import a link component over here. I'll show you guys what we are rendering. So it's basically a message saying, sorry, no matches yet. Start swiping to find your perfect match, and then a link to the main matches page. Now, if the user doesn't have an empty matches list, then we'll render the UI to show the list of matches. So in here, I'll just render this div. I'll close the div. Then inside of here, we'll render a grid-like div. And let me just close this up. And then we're going to loop through the list of matches. So we'll say matches.map. And for each match, we'll also get the key. We want to render a link, because the reason why we're making into this whole thing a link is so that you can click on it and go to the chat for that specific match. Now in this link, we need to pass a key, which will be the key. We need to pass an href. The href is the URL of where it will take when you click on the link. Now we don't have this route yet, but we're gonna have the chat route. And to chat with a specific person, you just go to the chat/match.id. So we're gonna make it into a parameter, like a dynamic route, which has the ID as the URL param. Then for the styling, I'll just apply this class names. And right now you see that it would look something like this. Now we obviously want to put information inside of it. We don't have anything, but it looks like an item, and we'll add more as well for testing. But what I want to do is I want to first add the container for each of the matches. Then I want to add the profile picture for the match. We should now see the girl on one side and me on the other side. Then below this div, we'll add the information for the user's name, birth date, and username and bio. Then we need to again use this calculate age function, which again, maybe we should have just extracted that out. I don't even remember where. I think it's in the profile picture. Yeah, I'll just copy this, paste it over here. We should have probably extracted that so that we don't keep copy and pasting. But now we have some information about the users. And then as a way to entice the users, we're just going to add this little green circle to show that the user is online, or the user is has a message for you to see. Great, and this is pretty much how we get the matches page. If I were to come over here and discover more people, let me actually sign out with this account. Let me sign out and let me sign in as Alex Chen. Obviously, there's still more stuff that we need to do on this app, for especially when you sign out, you want to redirect, see the homepage and stuff like that. But let's log in as Alex Chen. Let me see her account. This is their email. So I'll copy it. I'll sign in over here, say password, sign in, go to the discover page, and then I'm going to refresh. I'm going to like her from mine, and then I'll like myself from hers. Perfect. It's a match. Now, if I go to matches, she only has me, but now if I go to matches, I have two people. I have her and Emma Wilson. Great. Now we can have multiple matches. The only thing left that we have to do is actually the core portion of this project, which is the messaging section. In the messaging section, we're not only going to allow the user to be able to message with each other, but also get into a video call with each other, almost like you're having a FaceTime call. So super excited for that. Okay, so now that we have the matches page, we want to build the messages page. So let's go back into our code. And let's go over here and create a new route in our project. So I'll create a new folder. I'm going to call it chat. And on the chat route, we want to create a page.tsx. So there's actually going to be two routes for the chat. There's going to be one route, which is just going to show the list of just the different chats you have. And then there's going to be the individual chats page. So we'll start off with the overall list page, and we're going to export default function chat page. Great. Then inside of here, let's return the overall skeleton of this page. So we'll have this div to define the background color of it, then the container div that every page has, and then we want to get data for the user matches, because we will display a little chat card over here with just a default message, probably saying something like start your conversation. So I want to get the data for the user's matches. So I'm going to run a use effect here, and we'll load the matches similar to what we did here with this use effect. So actually I'll copy this and I'll paste it over here. Now there are some differences. So we are not going to have a set matches state. We're actually going to have a state we're going to create over here called chats. and a set chat's state. So this is going to be what a chat is. Now we don't have a type for a chat yet. Now we're going to create that. We're going to call it chat data, and that is a type that we create ourselves, and it should represent what a chat should look like. Now, at least in the context of the chat list page, right? So when we display all the chats, the chat data type should have an ID, which is the ID of the chat. Then there's going to be a user, which is going to be a user profile type. So it's the profile of the user that you're chatting with. Then a last message, just to display as like a preview on the card what the last message was. Now, this is going to be just a generic start your conversation. We're going to manually input that, but you could also change that to actually be the last message of the user. Then we're going to add a last message time. It's going to be a string, and an unread count, which is going to be a number. Now, when we put that, we're going to, we now made that the type. And now when we get back the user matches data, we actually want to create a constant called chat data, which will be of type chat data array. Now we're going to map the matches, the user matches array that we just got back from that action, and we're going to map it into what a chat data looks like. So I'll grab the match here, and we're going to return an object, and it should have this structure. Now for the ID, I'm just going to set the match.id to be that. Then the user, I'm just going to set the match to be that, because that's literally the entire profile of the user who we just matched with. Then the last message, like I said, it's going to be the default start your conversation, just to entice the person to go ahead and start talking to them. But you could also add the actual last message to be displayed. Then the last message time, by default, again, it's going to be the created at for the match, because that's the last time there was any messages. There hasn't been any messages, so we'll just put the created at time. But you could also use the actual time. And the unread count is going to be 0. Then we're going to change this to say set chats, and I'm going to pass the chat data. Now, we don't have I don't want to show an error message on this case. I just want to console log something. So I'll say console.log or console.error, better. And I'll just console log error just in case. So I'll say error here. And we do want to have a loading state. So we'll just create that loading state that we always do. And it will be true by default. And on the finally clause, it should become false. Now we'll start with the header. In the header, we just want to display a little text saying that this is the messages page and also the amount of conversations that you have. So you see over here, if I refresh it now, it's giving us an error because we need to make this into a client component since we're using states and hooks. So I'll say use client. And then if I refresh this now, we should see that this user has 1 conversation and this user has 2 conversations. You notice that when we have 1 for the amount of matches, the word is conversation, and when we have multiple, it's conversations. Again, we just did that thing that we did on the other component where we checked the length of the array and added an as if it's more than 1. Great. Now below this header, we want to check to see if the length of the amount of matches you have is equal to 0. Because if it is, we want to render a basic empty state, which will show something like start swiping to be able to converse with people. Now to do that, we're going to actually put a link that you can use to go to the Discover page. So I need to import the link component from next link. And then this is how the empty state is going to look like. It will just say no conversations yet, start swiping to find matches and begin conversations, and then a link to the matches page for you to start swiping. Then for the actual list of chats, we're going to create here this div that is going to encompass the whole section. Then inside of it, we're going to create another div, but this one is just for styling of the individual items. And then I'm going to close this div, and we're going to have to loop through the list of chats. So I'm going to say chats.map. We're going to loop through each chat. We're also going to get the key. And for each of them, we're going to render a link. Now, when you click on it, it should take you to the individual chats exactly how we had it over here, right? We have this link where you can just grab the individual matches and go towards them. So I'm going to pass a key first. We're going to pass the key to be this value. Then I'll pass this href. And I'm going to use the chat.id instead of the match.id. Then we just want to apply some class names. So I'll apply them like this. And inside of this link, we want to build the card. Right now, we don't have anything for it. It will say no conversations yet. We need to add the loading state as well for that to disappear while the data is loading. So the first thing we want to do is add the UI for the individual cards. You see that now it has 2 cards because there's 2 conversations here. And on this one, there's only 1. Now inside of this div, I want to add the profile image of the user who we can chat with, and also the unread count, which is that variable we created here, which will be set to 0 because there's no messages. So I'll just paste this where we rendered the user avatar URL and also their unread count. Perfect. Now if I go over here, you see that we see the profile images for both users. Now, what I want to do is I want to display the more basic information about the user, including the time in which they last sent a message, right? This time over here. Now, we want to format this time into a time that makes sense for real users because this is a timestamp, right? So I'm going to create here a function. We're going to call it format time. And it's going to take in a timestamp and it's going to transform that into a readable string. So to do that, we're going to get that timestamp and we're going to transform it into a date. Then we're going to get the current time. We're going to transform that into a date and get the difference in hour between both of them. So the reason why we're doing that is because we want to show a different message for the timestamp depending on when it happened. So for example, if the user just sent you a message, then you want to say that their last message was just now. You want to put that text. So the way we'd calculate this is we have here the difference in hours between the current time and the last time they sent a message. And if that difference is less than 1, we'll just return a string saying just now. Now, the other case is if it is more than 1 hour, but it is less than 24 hours, meaning that it was today, but it was at a different time. In that case, we actually want to show the hour and the minute in which they sent, not include the date because it was today. So the way we do this is we check to see if the difference in hour is less than 24. We know it's greater than 1 because it's on the else if statement. And we localize the time string to be in hour, which is a 2-digit number, and in minute, which is a 2-digit number. This way you can easily get a timestamp with the hour and the minute of when this happened. Now, there's only 2 more scenarios in which we want to account for. The third scenario is if this happened yesterday. So if it happened greater than 24 hours, but less than 48, we actually just want to say yesterday because yesterday's makes sense when you see like yesterday. If there's more than 48, then I think you could use the date. So here's what we're going to do. If this difference in hours is less than 48, but greater than 24, we just return yesterday. And that means that if anything else happens, we'll return the entire date in which it happened. Not the hours or the minutes, just the date in which it happened. Now with this format time function, we can do the following. We can go below the image card and we can add this UI. First, we'll add the user full name for the chat user. Then we'll use the format time to show the last message time. And then we'll see the last message being displayed. For both of them, you see that the last message says start your conversation, but the time actually shows a different value. Now, if you're watching this video, you might be wondering why isn't it showing just now since I just added this, I just created the account. But technically, in real life, I've edited this video, so it's another day. That's why. It's been 2 days actually since I recorded. No, it's been 1 day. Yeah, less than 24 hours actually. So that's why it's showing a time. But if it was less than 1 hour ago, which is probably what you did, then for sure it should say just now. Great, and we're pretty much done with this page. We can now just click on here and it should bring us to that individual chat. The only thing left is exactly this. We don't want to see no conversations yet if there are conversations. That is because we're not doing anything to the loading state. Now, again, we've done this multiple times with the loading state. We'll just copy this UI over here and we'll paste it here. And now we have a beautiful loading state that doesn't show that, that there was no conversations if there are actual conversations. Great. Now comes the time where we do the most exciting part of this project, which is actually building the chat and building the video recording functionality. And for that, we're going to be using Stream. Stream actually makes it extremely easy for you to implement a variety of different product solutions. More specifically, I've used their chat solution and their video and audio solution multiple times. I've also worked with the AI moderation one, which is pretty cool. You can actually add moderation into your projects to prevent user-generated content from being harmful, which is pretty interesting. I hadn't seen a solution like this before, but specifically for this video, we're going to be working with the chat, messaging, and the video and audio products that they have. Now, what do I mean by products? Well, they have an API that makes it extremely easy for us to integrate any type of chat messaging in our projects and also any type of video and audio integration. And the best part is that they have support for a variety of different technologies and frameworks. More specifically, they have a lot of UI components for React/Next.js applications. So if I were to ever build a chat messaging component or a video and audio component, I would use Stream because it just makes it extremely easy. That's why I think if you got to this point of this video, you might think that we're going to spend hours trying to build this, but not really, because with Stream, it simplifies absolutely everything. So what I want you guys to do is just create an account. You can do it for completely free. And when you create your account, I want you to log into it. Now, when you create your account, you can log into it just like this. I'm using a test account that I made for this video. You can see that the other project that I built, or this project, but the version that I have already built is already over here. Now, you don't actually have to pay anything or even put your credit card, which is something that I know a lot of people complain when you have to add your credit card, even though it's free. In this case, you don't have to add your credit card. You see, you have a limit of monthly active users that you can have. And if you're going to build a website that has more than 1,000 or 2,000 monthly active users, then you should probably be paying for the API. But before that, you really don't need to pay anything. So in order to create your account or your app, you just go ahead and click on the Create App button. You can create up to 20 apps. I just have one in this account. I'm going to call this Dating App. And then you choose where you want to put the storage location for the different products that you have. So for example, in this video or in this project, we're going to be working with their chat and video products. And to save the data for the videos and the chats, they have to have a database location. So the storage location that we're going to save needs to make sense to where your users are going to be in. It's important because of latency issues, to see how fast it is. It just gives a better access to your users. So personally, I'm in Canada, so I'm going to choose Canada as the location. Now, we're not going to be doing anything with the feeds data, so we'll just put, again, US, Ohio, whatever. And then we're going to choose the environment as development because that's where we're creating our app. Then I'm going to click on Create App, and you can see that it gives us an error because you actually need to give a custom name to your app that doesn't already exist. So I'm going to call this Dating App PedroTech. I doubt that there's an app built like that. So I'll click Create App, and it should be unique and create the app for us. So great. We have the different products that we can integrate into our project. In our case, I just want to deal with the chat messaging and the video and audio. So straight off the bat, you can see that we have the access keys that we need over here. We have a key, which is an API key, and we have a secret. Now we technically want to save both of them. So I'll go over here to our .env file, and inside of here, we want to add a new variable. We want to add the next public stream API key, and then we want to add the stream API secret, which shouldn't be public. Now for the API key, I'm going to copy this. I'll go back and I'll paste it here. And for the secret, I'll reveal it, copy it, and then I'll go back over here and just paste it. Perfect. Now we're ready to integrate Stream into our project. And now we want to install the different packages that are related to Stream that we need in our project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to clear this terminal, and I want to run npm install. And there are 3 packages that we need. The first one is Stream Chat. The second one is the Stream Chat React package. The third one is the @stream-io/video React SDK. And those are pretty much all the ones that we need. The first 2 are for the chat product, and the third one is for us to integrate the video calling in our application. I'm going to run this. It should install all of the dependencies, and when it's done, we can get started. Okay, so I'll close this off. I'll close the mattress page as well. We'll close everything, and we want to go over here into our chat component, and we want to create another folder. Now in this folder, it's going to be actually a route that is a dynamic route. So to make a dynamic route, we need to put the slug of the route as the name over here. The parameter that we're going to use is user ID. So I'm going to create that as the name, and we're going to put a page.tsx inside of here. So this route will have a user ID as a param, so we need to actually account for that. So we'll start off by exporting a default function called chat conversation page. And in here, we're going to return some div to start. But most importantly, we need to start by getting the data of the user that we are going to have the chat with. So we are getting that through the param. We're going to access the params of this route by saying const params is equal to use params. And use params is a hook from Next Navigation that makes it easy for us to get the params. And then we're going to create a state called other user. This is going to represent the entirety of the profile of the user we are chatting with. So it will be a state that will have a user profile as a type, or null in case there isn't one. So initially, this will be null. Then we want to have a use effect similar to the one we had over here, where we fetch the data from the user matches. So to do that, I'm going to come over here and put this use effect. We'll import the use effect hook. We'll import the get user matches function. But then there's obviously a bunch of changes that we need to make. So the first change that we need to make is we want to, instead of setting the chats, we need to set the other user to be something here. So to be the user that we matched with. So I'll create here a variable and let's call it matched user. And then we need to get this list of user matches, which is every single user the user has matched with, and use that to find the specific user that should be present in this chat. To do that, I'll create the matched user variable, and I'll set this equal to matches dot user matches, sorry, user matches dot find, and I'll find the match whose ID, so match.id, is equal to the user ID that we're going to get from the params. Now to get the user ID, we're going to say const user ID is equal to params dot user ID as a string, so we can cast that type, and then we can use that to actually find the user. Then I'm going to finish this off so we can get the user back. Then I need to validate to see if we even found a matched user. So I'll say if matched user is equal to true, then let's set the other user to be it. If not, we actually want to push the user out of this page. Now we need to call the router hook, so use router to be able to get redirected. And I'm going to push the user out to the chat page so that they don't actually get stuck in a chat which there's no user to chat with. Now, if there's an error, I'm also just going to console log it and then just push them out as well, just so that, again, they don't get stuck in this state. And we do want to have a loading state. So as always, I'm just going to come up here and put that loading state there. Also, I'm going to push the hook definition to below this because I usually like to have states at the top and then hooks at the bottom. Great. Now we can just load the match, right? We can actually change the name of this function to load user data because it makes more sense. And then I'll put it over here. Now, there's one thing though. We only want to run this and load this data if we also are authenticated. We need to make sure that we are authenticated, because if I need to make sure that the other user exists, but also make sure that me, the user chatting with that user, exists as well. So I'm going to call our useAuth hook that we created right in the beginning of the video, and I'm going to get the user info. And I'm only going to fetch this data if user is true. So if user is true, load the user data. And now I can actually add some stuff to this dependency array. So it runs a bunch of times. First thing is I want to run this if the user ID in the params changes, or if the router changes, or if the user value changes as well. Then I'm going to add the loading state. For the loading state, again, I'll just copy the loading states that we have over here, and I'll just paste it here. Great. Then we'll come down here and we'll start building the UI for this page. I'll start by just adding the classic color, background color to our page. Yeah, I can refresh now and it's working. Let me just close this up like this so you guys can actually see something. So if I were to refresh both pages over here, you see that we don't see anything, right? but we are at different chat pages. So I can go, which user is this? This is Alex Chen. So let me go and click on Alex Chen. We don't see anything yet, but we can now add the container of this page. And inside of it, we're going to call a component called chat header. This chat header should include information about the other user. So I'll add here user is equal to other user as a prop. And also, this is important, we don't have this yet, and we're not going to do this yet, but basically at the header of this chat, I want to add the button for you to click and get into a video call with the user. So we're going to need to have a prop that we pass here called onVideoCall, which is going to be a function, a callback function that is going to be called inside of the component. Now, we don't have that functionality yet, so I'm just going to do this and not really pass anything, but we can start creating the chat header component. I'm going to come over here and we're going to go to components, and I'm going to create here the chat header.tsx. Now in the chat header, I'm going to export a default function called chat header. It's going to, again, require us to have two different props. I'm going to create an interface for them. I'm going to call it chat header props. And inside of it, I'm going to put these two types. One is going to be user profile, and the other one is going to be the onVideoCall function. Then I can just set the two types to be of chat header props, and then we can destructure the user and the onVideoCall function. Now inside of this, we want to build the UI for the header. We'll start by just making the outline. We'll start by returning and making the outline of the page, which shouldn't really have anything. Oh, it's giving us an undefined. Let me just import this. What did I do? Let me just auto import this. And it shouldn't really show anything yet other than the outline of the header. And then inside of the, what is this? It says user profile. Oh, okay. So we also want to add a state here for when other user is false. So in case we, for some reason, has no other user and we didn't get redirected back, then we want to return this thing saying user not found. That way we can assert that this value exists and we have no issues. But we really shouldn't see that at any point. See, we just get redirected, or we just see this stuff when it finishes loading. Okay, let's go back to the chat header, and we have to add two more divs. The first one is going to be this div with display flags to justify the stuff in the center. And then we're going to add another div, which is another display flags, and it will space everything in the X direction so that we can have multiple items in this header. So inside, the first item we want to have is a button that takes us out of the chat. So to do that, I actually need to access the use router hook, which again, we have to make this into a client component if we're going to do that. So use client. And inside of here, I want to put the button that will take the user back. Now this button will have a specific styling. I accidentally put this over here, so it's breaking, which is just an SVG with the icon similar to what we had on the profile page, I believe. No, which one was it? I think it was the matches page. The discover page. Yeah, perfect. Now let me go back to the messages here to Alex Chen. We have this button. Now, what I want to do is I want to put the profile image of the user and their age. So now that we have to put the age one more time, I think it's time, guys. I'm going to create here a folder called helpers. And in this folder, I'm going to add the calculate age.ts function. Now, why am I doing this? Just because we're using this so many times. I'm going to paste that function that we use it all the time. And instead of creating it, let me just search for it, calculate age. In every component that we have to manually create this, we'll delete it to make the component less bloated and overall make it make it a dummy component as well. We don't want to put logic in every component. And then just call the one that we just created. So I'll delete here as well. We'll come down here and import it. And I think this is the last one. Yeah, perfect. And then I'll import it. I probably should have done that before, but to be honest, I didn't realize how much we were using this up until I'm building this with you guys now. So we'll create that and we'll save it. And now in the chat header component, we can just call that function. Now, why do we want to call that function? Well, right below this button, we want to add the user full name, the user avatar URL, and also their age together with their username. You'll see that now when we load the user, we show the profile image together with the name, the username, and so on. Perfect. Now we can come down here and we can add the button for video calling. That's why we justified between. If you go up here, we justified between so that we have one section, which is the section with the information on the left and the button. And then on the right, we're going to have another section, which is with the video call button. So to do that, we're going to go below 3 divs right outside that div with the justify between. And we're going to paste this. This is just a button with an icon, an SVG of a camera. And the button calls the on video call function. So we have this button on the top right. Right now, it doesn't do anything when you click on it, but it should start, or it should send a request to video call with the other user. Perfect. Now we can pretty much close this component, come back here, and start building the actual chat. So for the actual chat, we're going to create here a div, which I'll just put some class names on it. Very simple. We're going to make it flex 1. And also we're setting a minimum height of 0. Then inside of this div, we want to call a separate component we're going to create. Now in this component, we're going to call it stream chat interface. Now this is just the interface for the entire chat. It's going to require us to pass a couple props. We're going to only pass one for now, just because the other one needs more context for you guys to understand. But the only one we're going to pass right now is the other user. I'll pass it as a type, and we're going to create this component. I'm going to come here to the components folder. I'll create a stream chat interface.tsx component. And this is going to probably be the biggest component we have so far, just because of the amount of functionality that we want to put in here. So we'll start by creating the component function. So I'll say export default function. We're going to call it stream chat interface, and it will have a prop. The prop is going to be called stream. It's going to just be other user. We don't have to make a whole other type. So we'll say other user is of type user profile. Great. And then inside of this, we'll just return a div for now. Perfect. Now we can come to this page and import this component. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to come to this stream chat interface component and we want to initialize the stream client. Now we want to initialize the stream client in the front end. We also have to do that in the back end. So we have to have a server that is going to be running. Obviously, we have server actions to help us do that. And we're going to do that through a use effect that we're going to use to run the first operation in this component. So we're going to make this use effect be dependent on only one thing, which is it should run every time the other user value that we passed changes. Now, above this, we're going to be, since we're making some requests, we have to actually have an error and a loading state. So we'll create a state for both of them, similar to what we've done multiple times already. And in this use effect, we're going to create an async function called initialize chat. Now on this function, we're going to call it down here, but only if the other user is not null. If it is not null, then we want to initialize the chat. Now inside of here, we want to start by adding a try catch finally. And if there is any errors, actually, since we are inside of the chat, if there's any errors, we want to redirect the user back to the full list page. So if that's the case, you'll see that we have here the push to chat from the previous page. We'll do the exact same thing here, and we'll just call the router component and set it equal to use router. But make sure you import the one from next navigation. Perfect. Then in the finally clause, we want to just set loading to be equal to false. Great. Now on the try here, we want to just restart the value of error, set it to null, and we want to call a server action we're going to create called getStreamUserToken. Now, when we get this, when we create this, we expect this to initialize the client on the server and create a user on stream based on the user who's logged in right now. And when we get that back, we'll get a token that represents that user token. We'll get the user ID back, and we'll get the username of that user and the user profile image. Now we need all of that to build the chat layout, and we can get all of that directly from Stream. So we'll go ahead and create here in our actions folder an action called stream.ts. Now in here, we're going to start by just creating our first function, which is the get stream user token. And in this function, we're going to export async function. We're going to call it get stream user token. And at the top here, we'll just use server. Perfect. Now inside of this function, we want to do the exact same thing we've been doing multiple times, which is we want to create the auth check and also create the Supabase client. We'll copy and paste it over here, and we'll copy and paste it over here. And then we want to import the create client and make sure we import it from the server file. Now below this, the first thing we have to do is we need to get the user details from the user's table. So we want to get the profile, more specifically, just the full name and the avatar URL of the user who's logged in. To do that, instead of putting an asterisk on the select statement, we put the specific columns that we want to get back. So full name and avatar URL, and we get back that information. If there's any errors, we'll just throw that new error and also console log it for ourselves. Now here is the important part. We want to initialize the stream chat server client. And to do that, we'll create here an instance of it. We'll call it server client, and we'll set it equal to stream chat. Now stream chat will import from the stream chat library, and we're going to say dot get instance and get an instance of the stream chat. Now what are we doing to get that actual instance? Well, we're using our environment variables that we created previously. So we're going to put the ones that we have over here, the public and the API secret. And that should give us an instance of that client. Then with that, we want to generate what is known as the user token. That's going to help us use this token to identify a user who exists in the stream storage. So I'm going to create here a token, set it equal to server client, and say create token. Inside of it, I'm going to pass the user ID as the identifier for the user. Then we want to create or update this user in stream. To do that, I'll say await server client, and we're going to use the upsert function. And upsert, it exists in Supabase as well. It exists in many providers. Basically, it's either you update a user if it exists with this data, or you insert the user if it doesn't exist. And when we create a user in a stream, we can pass a couple things about the user. You can see everything you can have for a user in stream. It's a bit different from the format that we have, but more specifically, the data we want to pass is the user ID, which will just match with whatever we have on Supabase, the user name, which is just the user dot, we'll get the user data from over here, and we'll get the user dot full name, and then the image, which the image is the profile image of the user, which we also need to get from the profile. So we'll say avatar URL and default this to undefined if it doesn't have any. Great. At the end, we'll just return the token that we created, the user ID, which we can get by the user.id, the user name, which we can just get from this over here. We'll just change the variable names. Instead of name, we'll call it user name. Instead of image, we'll call it user image. Perfect. Now we have access to this function here. We can just import it, and we can use the information that we get back here. The first thing I want to do is I want to keep track of the user ID as a state in this component. Obviously, we could technically just get the user ID from the useAuth hook, but that would actually trigger another call into Supabase, and we don't want that. We just want to create here a current user ID and reuse the user ID that we already queried for. So I'll say current user ID, and we'll set this equal to a use state, which is a string, and it is an empty string by default. Then after we get the user ID back from the stream server client, we'll just set the user ID equal to whatever we get that back. Great. Then we want to assert this type because, as you can see, it possibly is undefined. So we'll just assert that it's returned because we know we did return it. And then down here, we want to create a front-end client of the stream chat. So we'll make an instance of stream chat, but on the client side instead of on the server side. So we'll call it chat client, And we'll just say that we want to stream, set this equal to stream chat. We'll import the same thing, get instance. And instead of passing the secret like we did over here, we'll just pass the API key. Perfect. Now, after we create our chat client, we want to connect the user to stream. Now, how do we do that? Well, it's pretty easy with stream. We just say chat client.connect user. With that, we can pass an object with the data for this user. Now, where do we get that data? Well, we already have it. We just get it directly from what we got back from that function. So we use the user ID as the ID. We use the username as the name. And we use the image to pass the user image. Perfect. Now this is not complete because to connect the user to the chat client, we also need to pass the user token. So I'll pass the token outside of the object. Now you see we get this error over here. Again, we just have to assert the type over here and we should be good to go. Now we want to actually establish that chat connection through what is known as a channel. So we want to create a channel that is going to connect the current user who's logged in with the other user. And so that when we send messages, the messages go through this channel and other people can see those messages. Now, if you are the other user getting into the chat, maybe the channel already exists. And if that's the case, you don't want to create a new channel. You just want to get that channel that already exists. So what we want to do is we want to create here a function and we're going to call it create or get channel. And like the name implies, it is going to allow you to create or get a channel if it already exists. And we're going to pass one argument to it. We're going to pass the user ID of the other user, not the user who's currently logged in. So we're going to now copy this function. We're going to come here to stream and we're going to export async function. We're going to call it create or get channel. And we're going to pass the other user ID as an argument to this function. Now, the first thing we want to do is, again, just copy the Supabase client implementation and the authentication check. Then we'll go down here and we want to make sure that before we create a channel, the two users who we are creating a channel for are actually matched. Because if we are we're creating a channel for two users who are matched, then this is a problem. We don't want two users who aren't matched to be able to send messages to each other. So the way we're going to do this is pretty interesting. We want to, if you look over here in our table, I'm going to just expand this a bit. If you look in our matches table, we have entries for all the matches. So we have here the ID of the match, but we also have a user ID 1 and a user 2 ID, right? And technically this, like I said before, if the ID that is on user 2 ID was on user 1 ID and this one was there, like they were swapped, it would still mean the same thing. It would still mean that those two users had a match. So that means that when we make our query over here, we need to actually account for both cases. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just, again, close this up over here. And I want to come here and I want to execute this query. This is an OR operation where we're checking to see if the ID of user 1 ID is equal to this and the ID of user 2 ID is equal to this, or the user 1 ID is equal to this and the user 2 ID is equal to this. So we're just checking for both scenarios and we're returning it back to see if we get anything. If we don't get anything, either because there's an error or this matches array is empty, we know that there's an error or that they are empty, so we'll just throw this error. Great. Now here's an interesting thing. When we create a channel, we need to give an ID for that channel. Now, that ID has to be unique and it has to be identifiable by both users, because it's almost like a password, right? Where you connect two people based on the fact that if they know that password. So we need to create a consistent channel ID based on the combination of both user IDs. But it needs to be consistent because it has to be the same when both of them try to call this function. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to get both IDs as an array. So the ID of the user who's logged in and the other user ID. And we want to actually sort them. So to sort this, we're going to change the name of this to sorted IDs. And we're going to call the sort function at the end. Now, after this, we can combine them by saying combined IDs and set an equal to sorted IDs dot join. we can join them with an underscore. Great. Now we have this unique combination of both IDs, and it's impossible for them to be something else. So what I want to do is I'll create here the channel ID and set it equal to a combination of, it will start with the word match, and then we're going to insert the combined IDs. Perfect. Then we want to, again, initialize the server client for Stream Chat. So I'll initialize it the same way. And I'm going to go ahead and copy from above here the same query we did for the full name and the avatar URL, but now we want to do it for the other user. So we're going to use, instead of user ID, we're going to say other user ID. And we're going to change the name of this to other user data. And we're going to change the name of this to other user error. Now we'll paste it here. And why are we getting this? Because we need to upsert the other user just in the same way as we upserted the current user. And then after we get that, but before we upsert the user, let's actually create the channel or get the channel if the channel already exists. Now the channel function from Stream, which we can access through the server client, it detects if that channel already exists. And if it doesn't, it creates it. So we don't really have to worry about that. All we have to worry about is we first pass a channel type, which is going to be of messaging. And the only thing we need to pass that matters is the channel ID over here. But we could also pass the members, so a list of members in this channel, which would include the user.id and the other user ID. The order doesn't really matter, so I'll just pass it like this. And also, who created this? So I'll just pass the created by ID to be the current user ID so that it registers as that. Then we want to ensure that both users will exist in Stream. So like I said, we're going to upsert the other user with the other user data that we just queried. And we'll pass here other user data and other user data as well. And then for this, we'll just replace with other user ID. Great. Then we want to try and catch. So I'll try and catch any possible errors. And then I'm going to try to create the channel. So I'll say channel.create. But then you might be wondering, what happens if the ID of the channel already exists? So the channel already exists when you call this create function. Well, here's how we handle it. So first of all, I'm going to console log a message saying that the channel was created successfully. And if there's any errors, I'll just console log saying that the channel creation had an error. Now, if the channel already exists, then this error message will search, and it will actually show an error message that would include the words already exists. I know this because it's part of the error messages that can be returned from this operation in Stream. So if the channel already exists, that's okay. We can still use it. So what I want to do here is I want to check to see if the error first is an instance of error. So we assert that there is a message type instead of error. And if the error.message includes already exists, then it's fine. We can continue forward. But if it doesn't include, then we want to throw whatever this error is. So if we handle this by either trying to connect to a channel that already exists or creating the channel successfully, then we now want to just return the information about the channel. We'll start by just returning the channel type, which is going to be messaging. And we also want to return the channel ID, which is the one that we created over here. Now, when we go here, we can now import this function and we can get both the channel type and the channel ID. And what are we going to do with those? Well, we're going to get the channel. So to get the channel, we're going to say const chat channel, and we're going to use the chat client to get the channel that we created on the server. We'll pass the channel type and the channel ID to do that. And then we're going to tell the chat channel to start watching for that channel by using the watch function. So we'll say chat channel.watch. Now we should be subscribed and watching those messages. not only we want to watch for new messages. By the way, this is giving us an error. It's just because we need to assert the type here. But not only is like this watch function over here is only going to subscribe to new messages. We want to load the existing messages that we have on the chat. So we can do that pretty simply. We just use the, I'll say load existing messages. We can use the query function from the chat channel, and I can get the current state of the chat. So I'm going to say await chat channel, and I'm going to query. Now I can query for the messages list, and I can actually apply a limit to how many messages I want to receive, and I'm going to limit it to 50, just so that's what we show initially. If you want, you could also implement pagination, where as you scroll up, you could then increase the limit and see the other messages as well. Now, when we get that state, we want to convert the stream messages to our format. Now, what is our format? Well, in this component, we're going to be rendering the messages, so it's good for us to know what a message looks like. So let's create this interface over here. We're going to call it message, and a message is going to have an ID, which is a string, a text, which is a string, and it represents the text of the message, then a sender, and I chose it to be two options, either me or other. Obviously, me means the user who's logged in, and other is the other person. That way we can change the UI to show which messages show up at which side very easily depending on who's logged in. Then we have the timestamp, which is a date, and the user ID. Now, when we come down here, we want to convert the stream messages to our format. So to do that, I'm going to create here the converted messages, which would be of type message array. So message array, and we're gonna call the state.messages, not members, messages, and then we're gonna map through all of them. For every map, we're gonna get the message, and we're gonna map it into the following. We're gonna get the ID, which will be message.id. Then we're gonna get the text, which is message.text, and we'll also default it to an empty string just in case it's undefined. Then we wanna put a sender, and the sender is going to be either me or other. Now, how do we determine that? Well, if the message.user.id is equal to the user ID who's logged in, and that we kept track of that through the state, then I know that this message is from me. So I'll say me. If not, then I know it's from the other person. So I'll say other. Now, I do have to put here a question mark just in case user is null. Now, the timestamp, I'm going to pass here the new date. And in the new date, I'm just going to pass the message.created at time. And if that's null, I'll just default to the current moment. Now, the last thing is the user ID. For the user ID, I'll just pass the user ID like we did above. And we have to put here a question mark in case it's null. But if it's null, we'll just default to an empty string. Great. Now we have the converted messages, and what do we do with it? Well, we save it to display in our UI. We'll save it through a state called messages, which is of type message array. Now we can use the set message function and set the converted messages to be the messages. Now, there's more that we need to do on this function, especially related to the video call. But for now, we'll just stop with that, and we'll start building the UI for the messaging. Now, one thing I need to do, though, is I want to actually have a state that is going to keep track of the client, the chat client, and the channel that is subscribed to. So I want to create these two states, and I'm going to update the import over here. So we import that type, and it's going to be one for the channel and one for the client. Now, right at the bottom over here, after we convert the messages, we'll just set the client to be the chat client and set the channel to be the chat channel. So whenever we need them, we're going to use them, and we need specifically the channel so that we can send a message. Great. Now let's start building the UI. So to start off, let's actually render some UI in case the client and the chat channel are not properly created. So they're being loaded. We just show like a loading state, which should look a little bit like this. It should just say setting up chat. If we go over here, we should see that if I go to one of the chats, it should say loading your message, setting up chat, and then it never stops because it's always like that. So let me go back. Let me not break the app. Also, yeah, I made sure that that was like that. Perfect. Now let's go to the UI over here. And we'll start by just defining the style of the outer layer of the component. And then I want to create the messages container. The messages container will look a bit like this. Let me just close it and I'll delete this. It will have, right now it won't actually show much out of it. Now the messages container should have a different type of scrolling because we're inside of messages. So that's why we added the scroll behavior over here. Now what we want to do is we want to loop through the messages array. Now we have that array from the loaded messages. So right now we'll only show the messages that we have loaded already, and we really don't have any messages. So we're just going to basically do this. We're just going to show a single div with no information yet, but we'll just set this up like this just for when we are done creating our messages. And then below the messages container is where we're going to create our message input. Now the message input is specifically important because inside of it, we're going to allow the user to send a message to another. So that's what we need first in order for us to actually see if any of our work has been working. So we'll start by building the outer layer of it, and we'll create a form that I'll just add here really quickly some class names. I'm just going to say that it has a display flex, and I'm going to space out the items with a gap of 2 if they're horizontally. Then inside of this form, we want to create 2 things. First, it's an input that is going to keep track of what the user is typing. And to do that, we actually need to create a state to keep track of that. So I'm going to create here a state. It's going to be the new message, is going to keep track of the input for whenever you're typing a new message. Perfect. And down here, right inside of this form, we're going to have an input of type text that is going to have a value of new message, and it's also going to change the new message value whenever the user is typing it. Also, we're going to disable the input if the channel is not loaded. Now, here is an issue that I haven't addressed yet, but I wanted to show you guys what the issue is. So before we start solving it, because I think it would have been getting a bit confusing if I just start building it without actually showing you guys why we're doing that. So if I try to go into one of these chats, you'll see that it will set up chat forever and then it will redirect us back. Now, why is it redirecting us back? You see here, it redirected us back. The only place that we do this is over here. It's whenever there's an error, because if there's an error in this call, we push to the chat route. Now, why is there an error? Well, if you open this up, you'll see over here that there's an error from response saying that there's an error from stream chat saying that the get or create channel function failed because an ID must have a maximum of 64 characters in length. So what exactly does that mean? Well, it means that when we call here the channel.create function, so we do that at some point over here, yeah, when we do this, then it is complaining that the ID of this channel is too big. So what happens is that we're combining both IDs of both users, and that becomes massive. And it makes it such that the channel ID here is too big to actually be the ID of the channel. And there are ways to address it. Some of you might think that it might be better to, okay, why don't we just, I don't know, instead of getting the full user ID and the full other user ID, why don't we just cut them in half or something? Well, that's an issue because the uniqueness of an ID is only ensured if we have the full ID. We could technically have 2 IDs, 4 IDs, in which the combination of 2 of them cut in half ends up being the same. So we still need to use the full ID, but there's a way for us to actually generate a shorter ID to match what we can pass to the channel. So there's a little functionality that I definitely didn't write myself, but I've used in previous projects. This is known as a simple hash function that we can use to generate our IDs. This is the code. And this is the code. So let me explain what this does. So we are basically converting our combined IDs into a hash that is a 32-bit integer. So we're basically implementing a simple string hashing algorithm, which will turn the combined IDs string into a single 32-bit integer hash, which would then fit into the channel ID that we have over here, which would be accepted by stream. So let's look at what's happening. So we loop through every single character of the combined IDs. And for each of them, we're going to get the Unicode code point, which is the integer value of this character. So for each character that we have in this combined IDs string, we'll get the integer value of that character. Then we're going to use that value to basically first shift the bits of this hash left by 5, which would mean that we're multiplying it by 32. And when we subtract the hash from it, we're effectively just doing hash times 31 instead. And at the end, we're just adding the character that we extracted the integer from to incorporate the current character's code into the hash. Now, the last thing we're doing is forcing the hash to be a 32-bit integer. So in the end, we'll have this converted value, which is this hash value over here, and we can use it instead of the combined IDs by basically saying math.absolute and then pass the hash and convert it into a string with a radix of 36. So I'll convert it to 36. Perfect. And this is a neat way to bypass that issue of it being too big. Now, if you're confused by this, don't worry. You don't need to actually learn hashing strings or anything like that. But sometimes it might be neat for you to do this if you have a string that is too big, but you want to use it as an ID. So you just hash it, convert it into a 32-bit integer, convert it into a 32-bit integer hash, and then you can use that wherever you want. So now that we have that, let's check this out. Let's see if this breaks again. So I'll go into this conversation. It will load our matches, set up the chats, and whoa, it opened up with this input at the bottom. It means that we successfully created the channel, and this is exactly what it is. This is the ID, and it's completely unique based on both of the users' IDs. So that's great. Now let's add the submit button. So to do this, I'm going to come over here to our stream chat interface right below the input, and I'm going to add the button of type submit, and we're disabling this button if no messages have been typed or if the channel doesn't exist. So this is how it's going to look. It's just going to be an input over here. As we type on this, it becomes available and we submit the form. But we don't have any submit function on this form. So that's the next thing we need to do. How do we send a message that is processed by stream? Well, it's pretty simple. I'm going to add an on submit over here and create a function called handle send message. Then I'll go up here somewhere. I'll go below the use effect, and I'll make an async function called handle send message. Now this function is, since it's the form, it's going to require a React form event because we want to prevent default, right first thing. So we'll prevent default, and then I'm going to gate this to only run if the new message is not empty. So we'll trim it and make sure it's not empty, and the channel is valid. If both of them are true, then I want to try to send the message. Now, how do we send a message in stream? Well, we can use the send message function that we have access to in our channel. So I'll grab the response from that, and I'm going to await the channel that we have on our state, and we're going to call the send message function. With this, we just have to send the text, and the rest will be handled by stream. So we'll send the new message.trim, so we'll trim it, and that should be a message sent to stream. Now, how will that work? Well, let's check this out. I'm going to catch any errors. For now, I'll just console.error and say error sending message, and I'll show the error message. But let's try submitting a message now. So I'm going to refresh this. We're going to load the chat, and when it's finished loading, let me just type a message. Hello, my name is Pedro. Let me click send. Nothing seems to have happened, but look what happens when I refresh my screen. Let me also just hide this so it doesn't block. We have an issue. Now, what is the issue? Nothing happens. Now, we do get an error message all of a sudden. And the reason why nothing happened and we got an error message is because we successfully got something on the messages array, but we're not rendering the key into this. That's what that error is. But we're also not seeing anything because we're not rendering the message. So let me actually render the message so you guys see that we are saving the message. I'm just going to render the message.txt, you'll see that now we see that message that we sent when we refresh. So that's great. We can actually make that like message appear automatically. So how do we do that? We just come here below the response, and we want to add the message to our local state immediately, because that's a better UX than using the actual message. So the way we do this is we create this object called message. It will be obviously of type message, and we just add the information of the message that we just submitted. So we get the ID of the message through the response. We get the new message, the message text based on what we typed, because we just sent that. Then the sender, obviously it's me because I sent the message. The timestamp is the current date, and the user ID is gonna be the current user ID. Great. Now we just have to use our messages state to add this message at the end. Now we have to check to see if this message already exists to prevent any duplicates, which makes this a bit more complicated. So let's check to see if the message already exists by looking at the current array and use the sum function to see if this returns anything, any message that has the following condition. If the ID of the message is equal to the message.id, because if this returns something, because we're using the sum function, then it means that the message already exists and we don't do anything. Now, if it doesn't exist anything, so if message doesn't exist, then we want to add the new message to the end of the array by using the 3 dots to destructure the array, making a copy of it, and adding the message at the end. Now, if that's not the case, we'll come here and we'll just keep the array the same. Then after this, we want to set the new message input to be empty so that we clear the inputs, and we can test to see if this is working. I'll come here, I'll say, hey, and I'll send this message, and it should appear here automatically. And if I refresh this, it should also still be there automatically as well. So let's just wait for it to show up, and let's see if it saved it. And yes, it did. Now, you know what the coolest thing is? We are seeing these messages from my account that I sent. What does the person that I just sent the message to see on their account? So if I go here, you'll see it will actually connect to the channel that we created over here. And we should see the same messages even though it is a different user logged in. Now, the UI is the same for both of them. So I think that that's the thing we need to focus on right now. How do we make the UI for the messages look a lot better? Well, to do this, we'll come down here. We'll go to where we have our messages. And the first UI change that we need to do is we want to justify this message position to either the end or the start, depending on who sent the message. So we kind of do similar to what every messenger has, where one side is me and the other side is the other. The way we do this is we apply the following class name. We apply a display flex and we check to see who the sender is. If it's me, we justify it to the end. If it's the sender, we justify it to, if it's other, we justify it to the start. So this is how it looks. I sent the message, I see it over here. They send the message, then they appear over here. Just like how Tinder or any other app is. Then we'll go back here, and before we render the text, let's actually create a div that is going to encompass the entire message. So this div, all it does is it defines a size for the text, for the message, and it applies a color to it depending on who sent it. So if the sender is me, it's going to put this really cool gradient that is kind of pink. If the sender is the other person, it will be more of a grayish color. Now, inside of this, we want to put the information about the text or the message. So I'll start by adding a p tag that will just show the message.text. And I just want to make sure that the size of this is going to be small. So I'm going to say text small. I'll delete this over here. We see now that we see the messages appearing on both sides. Now, what we want to do is we want to add the timestamp of when this message sent, but the timestamp has to match the background of this color as well. So to do that, we actually want to format the time we get from the timestamp. And that's a bit hard to do, so I'll actually have a separate function over here, just so it's not too big on our UI. I'm going to call it format time. And it's a function that is going to accept a date, so like a timestamp format, and it will return the date that will be formatted to the local time string, similar to what we did before with the matching date. We want to format it to show the hour and the minute in which the message came. So we'll say hour will be a 2-digit option, and then minute will be also 2-digit. That way, we're going to format a timestamp into showing the hour and the minute. So down here below the text, we're going to add a p tag that will show the timestamp, and then we're just going to insert the format time with the message.timestamp. That way, we'll be able to see exactly the date and also the hour in which the message was sent. That's great. Now we're pretty much done with the typing functionality. So you see over here, I can type a message from here as well. I can say, hey, you look cute, send this, and hey, look what happened. The message is here, but it's not here. Well, if I refresh this, the message is here. So what's happening here is we're not actually listening to the messages yet. We technically are listening to the channel, but we're not actually changing anything based on it. So how do we change this logic, which right now we're just querying the existing messages? How do we change it to also listen to new messages? Well, right after this set messages logic over here, let's set up the event listener. So I'm going to say chat channel.on, and I'm going to listen to a message.new event. So you can listen to multiple events. You saw over there as examples, there's a message deleted, a message read, undeleted, and so on. Message read, for example, it's a cool one. If someone read a message, you can actually, show like you have on Tinder or on Messenger to show that that person read. So Stream actually provides a bunch of those events that you can use, but we're just going to set up a listener for the new event. Inside of it, we're going to set up an event of type event, and we're going to import that from Stream Chat. Then we're going to have this function, and we're going to detect to see if the event.message exists. If it does, then we want to now only add messages from users who aren't ourselves, because this will trigger even when we send a message. So when we receive, there's a new message sent in the channel, and the message.user.id is not equal to the user ID, and we need to detect if this is null, so I'll do this. Then we want to create here a new message, which would be of type message, and it would look a bit like this. It would need to have an ID. Why is it giving? Oh, I put an extra equal sign over here. So it will have an ID, which we can get through the message ID from the event. Then it's also going to have a text. We can get that from the event.message.text. And we're going to default that to an empty string. Then it's going to have a sender, which we can default to other, because we are receiving this message and we made sure that it isn't a message that we sent. And then finally, we're going to get the timestamp, which is going to be new date. And we're going to use the event.message created at for that, but that could be null. So we want to default to the current date if that's the case. And then we'll pass the user ID, which will be the event.message.user.id, and we'll default it to an empty string just in case that's empty as well. And then when we get that, we want to use the exact same logic we had over here for setting messages and tracking to see if they already exist. So we're going to do this. And instead of using message, we'll use new message for that. So now we should save that message into our code. So let me send a message here. I'll say, hey, you look cute too. And nothing happened. I think I probably need to restart the chat. Also, before I actually try this, we need to make sure we disconnect the user in our use effect. That's something that we haven't done, and we need to make sure we do, so we don't have any memory leaks. So when I return this, on the unmount of this function, or of this component, I want to check to see if the client exists, and if it does, we want to disconnect it. So disconnect user. Perfect. Now let me come over here and refresh both of these again. Now let me send a message here. Thanks. We should see that message showing up here as well. And perfect. Now we're able to receive a message on both sides, and they are correctly. So if I if I didn't check to see if the user here is the message is coming from our own user, then we would have a double messages, which is an issue, and that's why we do this. Now we're pretty much done with the messages. The only thing that I really want to do is, so let me test here something. I'm just going to send a bunch of random messages, and that will be a bit annoying just because it looks pretty cool. But you see, look what's happening. This thing is growing infinitely, right? It looks pretty bad. So we want, as the user, first of all, when you log into this, we want to scroll the user down to the bottom message and not have them to keep scrolling. This is what every single messenger app has, where you don't have to keep scrolling down from the beginning. It does it automatically. And as you type new messages, you want to scroll that as well. Now, there's two things we need to do to fix that. The first thing is we're going to create two refs that are going to reference different parts of our chat. Here are the two refs. The first one is going to be a ref to the end of the messages, so the very end, so we know where the last message is. And as new messages appear, we're obviously going to update this value. The second ref is a reference to the entire messages container. Now, they're both super important in their ways, but the messages end ref is the most important one right now because it's what is going to allow us to automatically scroll to the bottom whenever we need it to. The messages container ref is important because as you scroll up in the chat to see older chats, we're going to show up a little button saying, do you want to scroll to the bottom? And then you can click on it and scroll to the bottom. So how do we use the messages and ref to be able to properly scroll the user down? Well, let's go down here to the list of messages. So we'll go in still inside of this container, but we're going to go below where the messages are being displayed. So over here, and we're going to add a div, which is going to represent the bottom of all of the messages. We're going to set the messages ref and ref to be the reference of this. Then we want to come up here and we want to create a function that is going to be called scroll to bottom. Now, making the page scroll to the bottom of something is actually pretty easy. We have the messages and ref. We just get the current value of it and we call the scroll into view function, and we pass the behavior of how we want it to happen. We don't want it to have it automatically. We want to make it smooth. So we do it like that. And you'll see that if I actually have a use effect here, I'm going to create another use effect that is just going to run whenever there's a change in the messages so that it will scroll to the bottom as every message comes in. We're just going to call the scroll to the bottom function. So you'll see that when we refresh this, it will scroll the user to the bottom of the message. And more importantly, as I type more messages, so I'll type here actually, and I'll send it, you'll see that it will scroll down one more. Now, why is that happening? It's only happening because we passed the messages array as a dependency. You see that if I remove that and I restart both of these components, now as I send new messages, it won't actually scroll to the bottom, right? It doesn't even scroll to the bottom at all. So I need to send this. And yeah, it doesn't. So we need to pass here the messages so that when there's a change in the messages array, then it will re-trigger that use effect and run the scroll to the bottom effect, and it will actually scroll to the bottom. Great. Now, what about seeing a scroll to the bottom button when you're a little bit above on older messages so that you can easily click it and scroll to the bottom? Well, to do that, we're going to create another state. It's going to be called show scroll button, and it is going to be a true or false state that determines whether or not we should show the button to scroll to the bottom. Now, to show it, we're going to actually come down here, right at the bottom of our UI, but above the messages, so right over here. We're going to check to see if we show the scroll button. If we do, then we want to render a div, which will encompass the positioning of this button. It will always appear in the chat at the absolute bottom right, and the button will be an SVG that when you click will allow you to scroll to the bottom. Now, we have no way to show that button right now. If I just set this to true, you'll see how it looks. It's just this, and then you click on it. So if I'm up here, I'll click on it and it will actually scroll to the bottom. But we'll actually detect if the user is not at the bottom by using the the message container ref that we created over here. Well, how do we do that? Well, we're going to have another use effect just for that. This use effect is actually just going to run once, but that's because we're going to subscribe to an event listener that is going to be running consistently, right? And we're going to get the container from the messages container ref.current. Now, we never assigned this messages container ref to anything. So what we want to assign it to is the very top container. So I'm talking about this container over here. We'll pass the ref and assign it to that so we know where the top of the messages is. Then we'll go back here. And if the container is not null, then we're going to get an event listener called scroll. And whenever we scroll inside of this container, we're going to call this function called handle scroll. Now we don't have that function. We'll create it right now. It's going to be handle scroll. And this function will basically check to see if we are out of view of the bottom. And if yes, we're going to set the show scroll button to true. Now, at the end of this, after we add the event listener, we obviously want to return and clean this up. So we're going to say container dot remove event listener scroll and pass the handle scroll function as well. Perfect. Now, what is this handle scroll function and how do we implement it? Well, in here, we're going to first check to see if, again, the messages container ref is not null. So we'll get the current and check to see if it's not null. Then I want to destructure what we get from it. So I'm going to say current. We can get a couple of things. We can get actual functions like scroll top and scroll height. I wrote this wrong. So it has to be, no, I wrote it right actually. Scroll height and client height. Now, why is this giving us an error? I'm not sure. Oh, it's because we need to put a comma over here. Yeah. Then what do we do with that? Well, we can use those three values to detect to see if the user is near the bottom of the messages. Now, how do we detect that? Well, if we'll create a variable here called is near bottom, and if the scroll height of this container minus the scroll top of this container minus the actual client height is less than 100, then we know that the user is near the bottom. And thus, we're going to set the show scroll button to be the opposite of that value. Because if it is near the bottom, then we want to stop showing the scroll button. If it is not near the bottom, then we want to show the button. So that's the idea. Also, when we scroll to the bottom, we want to set the show scroll button always to false. And now the last thing we need to do is just go to the use effect for this and add the handle scroll as a dependency. So I'm going to say handle scroll. And if we go over here, I added a bunch of new messages so we can test this. We should see that as we go to the bottom, then there's no button, but as we go up, a button appears. Now the positioning obviously could be a bit better, but I'm just at a small screen over here. It should appear over here. If I go up, I click this button, it scrolls me down. So that's the idea of what we just implemented. Great. Now there's just a couple more things that we can add to the chat before going to the video. One cool thing that we can do with chat is actually detect if the other user is typing, which is something that we see on every type of messaging app, and it's very easy to implement using Stream. Now that we're done with the chat, let's get working on introducing the ability for us to video call another user. Now, for testing this, technically I'm in the same computer over here. So the camera that I have, the webcam that I have attached, will only record me. But if you were to test this with a different device, you would see both cameras showing different things. So I've tested it. I used an ngrok server to be able to access it on my phone and also access it on my personal laptop. And I was able to test that it did work. But we'll see everything working as expected as well. So what I want to do is we want to add a functionality to that camera button over there. Now to do that, we actually want to call that functionality when we click the button over here on the header. So we want on this on video call function over here, we want to initiate the call, request a call when the user clicks on this. But there's a problem that I don't know if you've noticed. This function is in this button is in the chat header component, and thus we call the function as we pass through props. So the functionality for starting a call should exist in the parent component of this chat header, which is the one that we are passing the on video call function. But currently the function is empty. But now I ask you, how can we start a call with Stream from here? All of our Stream client functionality exists in this Stream chat interface, which is a child of the component in which we need it. So technically, we need to execute a function that we can only make in this component, but we need to call it on the parent component. There are a couple ways of doing this, and depending on what version of React you're in, it might look a bit different. But the way we're going to do this is by using a ref and using the forward ref function wrapper around our component. Now, if that sounds confusing, don't worry. We're going to go through each step. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create on this page over here, the chat conversation page, we need to create a ref for the chat interface. And in this ref, the important thing about it is that it's a bit different from the other refs that we had, because the other refs, we just used it to be a reference to a DOM element. In this case, we're actually just going to keep a function inside of this ref, and possibly it could be null as well, like it is by default. Now, in the on video callback, on the video call function, we're going to call the ref, get the current, and then call the handle video call function from it. But in order to do this, we have to create this handle video call function. And the way we're going to create it is we're going to create it inside of the Stream Chat interface, and we're going to pass it to that component through a ref. Now, depending on what version of React you're using, if you're using below, I believe, React 19, you would probably have to wrap this component with what is known as a forward ref. But actually, after React 19, it became a lot easier, where we just have to make a ref be a prop in this component. So I'll accept here a ref as also part of the prop, and I'll just pass the type that we defined for the ref, which is this over here. And we'll pass it as that value, and we should be good to go. Now let's go down here, and we're getting this error over here saying that it is missing this type. Now we still have an error message over here, and that's because we need to make this into a ref object as per TypeScript. So I'll make it into a ref object, and that error should go away. Perfect. Now that we have access to this ref, we need to create the function handle video call, the one that we need to pass to that ref. So below the scroll stuff over here, I'm going to create it down here, right below, above the send message, and I'm going to create the async function called handle video call. Now, this function, the way we pass it as the handle video call function from the ref is by using the use imperative handle hook. Now, if you've never heard of this hook before, it's because there's only one use case for this, and it's exactly this. It is for you to be able to pass functions from children to the parent. So in this case over here, we can just pass the ref as the first argument, and then it will have a callback function that requires us to pass an object, and in that object we can pass any function that we might want to execute in the parent and have it created in the child. So in this case, we're going to pass the handle video call function. And you see that now it should work. If you want to see more in detail about this use imperative handle hook specifically, because I feel like this is just a small use case for it, check out my React Hooks crash course where I go over this hook and I explain everything. Now let's go to the handle video call function over here, and let's actually execute it. So the first thing I want to happen when you try to video call someone is I'll get the error and I'll just console.error it, just so we have some debugging steps. Now on the try over here, I want to first create a video call. Now that means that if there's no video call currently happening between the two users, this should send a notification to the other user and create that video call for both of them. So we're going to create here a call to a server action we're going to create called create video call. This is going to require us to pass the other user ID. And when we get this data back, we're going to receive back a call ID. Now, let's create this function over here. We're going to export async function, call it create video call, and it's going to have the same arguments as this. So it's just going to require us to pass the other user ID. And then we're going to have the function inside of here. Now we're going to copy the authentication stuff from this function. We're just going to put them over here. And then we want to check to see if the users are matched before we allow a video call. This is something we've done before on the create channel stuff. So we're just going to copy the same logic. It is this one over here. And we're just going to put it over here again, just to make sure that they are matching. Now, if they are matching, here's what we want to do. We want to create a call ID. And if you think about it, this seems a little bit too similar to what we had to do over here, where we created an ID that has to be unique for the channel. And yeah, that's pretty much the exact same thing. We're going to copy this logic over here. If you want, you can put that all into a separate helper function. We're going to copy that and paste it over here. And this is going to create not a channel ID, but a call ID that is a unique combination of the sorted ID of both users and then combined together and converted using a hash function. Now, I'll also change this name to be call. So I'll say call. And below this call ID, we want to return both the call ID and the call type. Even though that we're not really using the call type or the message type that we sent on the previous one as well, but if you wanted to use it for anything, feel free to use it as well. I'm gonna import this over here and we now have the call ID. But now with this call ID, there's a couple states that we need to create that are related to the UI for showing a video. The first one is, since we are creating the call and not receiving it, we need to get the call ID. Also, we want to have a state that is going to keep track of the Boolean of whether or not we're showing the video in our page or not. That's going to be called the show video call state. And finally, we need to know if we are the ones who initiated the call or we are the ones who received the call. So we're going to have a state called isCallInitiator, and that's going to represent if the user logged in is the initiator of the call. Then we're going to come here, and with the call ID, we're going to set the video call ID to be equal to that exact value. After that, we can set the show video call to be true, so it shows the video. And we can set the isCallInitiator to also be true so that we mark the current logged in user as the caller. Then we want to notify the other user that we are trying to video call them. Now, how are we going to notify them? Well, we can easily do it through a message. We can send them a message. So we're going to do this. We're going to create here an if statement, ask if there's a valid channel. If so, we want to create this message data for our request. It's going to have a text, and the message we want to send will look like this. It will have a little camera saying video call invitation. The call ID is going to be what we received from the server action. The caller ID is going to be from the current user ID, and the caller name is going to be the other user dot full name. If not, we're just going to replace it with someone. And after we get that data, we're just going to await and use the channel to send a message with the message data. Perfect. Now, this is part of our message data. And if we don't do anything about it, what is going to happen is if I click on this button, the message will now be part of this data over here. So when we are handling the messages that we are receiving, which is on our use effect and on our event listener over here, before we create the new message and we detect if the message is not from the current user, we want to check to see if the event.message.text includes the text that we used for what a video call is. If it includes this, it means it's a video call request. Then we're going to get the custom data that we sent from this event message, and we're going to ask if the custom data.caller ID is not equal to the user ID, then and it's giving us an error because it doesn't exist. It's because this is actually a custom type. We could define the type, but I'll just do this for simplicity. We're going to say not equal to user ID, and then we're going to set the incoming call ID to be equal to the call ID of this custom data. Now, what is the incoming call ID? Where we have a call ID that we created for ourselves, but if we are not the one who is making the call, we also want to have an incoming video call, or we can call it call ID like I did over there. Then I'll swipe this and make it be set incoming call ID. And down here, where is it that we handle? It's over here. And then after this, we're going to set the caller name, which is another state we haven't created, into the custom data.caller underscore name. And again, if this is not true, we're just going to default it to someone. Now let's create that state as well. I'm going to create here the caller name and set caller name. And then we're just setting that name from the incoming perspective. And then the last thing we need is another state like the show video call, but we want to have a state that represents if you want to show an incoming call. So we're going to create a state called show incoming call so that it actually shows the request message to see if you want to receive the call. So set incoming call, it would be false by default, but then over here we're going to set this to be true. Otherwise, we want to actually return out of this this event listener so that we don't treat this kind of messages like normal messages. Now we can use those states to manipulate our UI and make it show the video call or the incoming call notification. We'll start with the incoming call notification. Below our form, I'm going to add here a check for show incoming call. If that's true, then we have a lot that we want to show. First thing, let's just make a div to encompass this section, then a container div to go inside of it. You'll see that now if I were to come here and click this, we get something on this side because we received the notification, right? There's nothing there, but we would receive it. So we are correctly sending this data as a message and we are receiving it. The next thing I want to do is just make a div here that will have just one class name, which will just center the text. And then I want to add some information about who is calling. So I'll add a profile picture of the user who is calling. So it's going to be the other user avatar and full name. And if I click this, you'll see that it should now show their picture. But also we want to add some messaging saying that there is an incoming video call and that a specific person who we are using the caller name state that we just set above is calling them. So it would look a bit like this. So let me refresh this and let me try calling again after that setup is done. When I click this, interesting. Maybe it's because I need to refresh all of this. Did I even save that? I didn't save that. That's why actually. Let me wait again and let me send. See, now you get the call. Alex Chen is calling you. And if I did it the other way, I would get a notification that Pedro Machado is calling me. So if I do this, I need to wait for it to set up. It will say Pedro Machado is calling you. I just realized that it is showing the wrong image. It should show the other image. So actually it's not, I'm sorry, it's not wrong. It's correct. It's just that this one is me and this one is Alex Chen. I just got confused because of the name of the chat. But also you see that when the video is done, we get a notification here in the chat, which is pretty cool, right? So let's go back over here and let's continue building this. The next thing that we want to add is we want to add a button to decline or to accept the call. To do that, we need functions for accepting and declining the call. I'll make them over here. I'll make a handle decline call, and I'll make a handle accept call as well. And down here, we're going to add both buttons right below the paragraph tag for the caller name. And they're going to be just two buttons, one saying decline, one saying accept. And this is how they're going to look. So the user can click on here and decline or click in here to accept. Now, whether or not we decline or accept, we want to actually display something on the screen. Now, to determine if we decline or accept, we're going to come here. We're going to do first the decline. For the decline, it's pretty simple. We set show incoming call. Why is it not? Did we call it something else? Yeah, we called it set incoming call. So we set incoming call to false. Then we set the incoming call ID to an empty string, and we set the caller name to an empty string too. So how would this work? Well, if I decline, yay, it disappears. Great, nothing happens. So I click on here and I can initiate a call and then decline. Now for accepting is actually not that different. We want to set the video call ID to be the ID of the incoming call. So if you're the one who requests the video, this is going to be fine. You're going to have the video call ID immediately through the functionality that we created in our stream.ts function here. But if you're receiving it, you need to set the video call ID to be that one. Then we want to set show video call to be true, because that's the one that's going to determine if we open up the modal for the video call. Then we want to set show incoming call. So we're going to set all of this the same. We're going to set the incoming call to false because we accepted it. So that overlay should disappear. And then I want to set the incoming call ID to empty. And the color name, I don't want to set it to empty. That was just on the handle decline. But I do want to make sure I set the isCall initiator to false, because this user who accepted the call is not the creator of the call. Now, with that in mind, we can come down here right at the bottom below the show incoming call, and we can add a check to see if show video call is true and video call ID is true too. If that's true, then we're going to render this other component that we're going to create called the video call component. Now, the video call component is going to be probably the last component we make here. We're going to call it video call. And even though it seems like it's going to be impossibly big and hard because it's, we're implementing video functionality, it's actually going to be extremely simple due to how easy it is to use the Stream Video React SDK. So inside of here, we're just going to export the default function called video call. And inside of this component, we're going to need some props. More specifically, we're going to need a call ID referencing this specific call, the information about the other user, so whichever one you are, the other person who's in the call is going to be passed here. Also a function that we want to call whenever the call ends. And also, we want to know if this call is incoming or is a call that we initiated. Now in here, we need a couple props. So I'm going to define here the video call props. And this will be part of what we destructure here. So the props we need is a call ID. Let me just pass video call props. A call ID, which just references the call that we're initiating. A on-call end function that is going to be executed when the call ends. And a Boolean letting us know if the call was initiated by us or it is an incoming call. I'll just default it to false because it's optional. Then in the UI, it's actually going to be pretty small. We're going to be using a bunch of stream components. We'll start by just building a div over here. We're going to set the class name to fixed. We're setting the inset to 0, the background to black, and we'll make the Z index be 50. Then inside of it, we're going to be using the stream video component from the Stream React SDK. And inside of it, we need to pass the client. Now the client is going to be a stream video client that we have to create and initialize in this component. So I'm actually going to keep track of it through this state. We need to import the useState hook and import the stream video client type from Stream Video React SDK. Then I want to come here and I want to create a use effect. In this use effect, we're going to initialize the video client and then we'll pass it over here. I'm going to pass an empty dependency for now. Actually, we can already pass some stuff. Like for example, this use effect will run whenever the call ID changes or if the is incoming changed as well. Now inside of here, we're going to make an async function called initialize video call. And we're going to try, catch, and finally here as well. As always, we're going to have an error and a loading state, which we will set the loading to false in the end here. And we'll set the error to whatever we get from here. Or we could actually just say failed to initiate call. And then console.error the message. Now in the try case over here, we'll set error to null, and we want to get the stream video token. Now we don't have the functionality yet, but it's similar to what we had to do here to get the chat token, get streamer user token. Remember that? So we have to do something similar here. So we're gonna create a function called get stream video token, and we're gonna go here to the stream.ts, and I'll create this function down here. I'm gonna say async function get stream video token. We'll then copy the authentication stuff here as well. We'll paste it here, and then if we go up to the function we made for the get stream user token function, and then in the get stream user token, we're gonna copy most of this logic over here, and we're just gonna repaste it down here. Now you might be wondering, why are we copying that if we already have that function? Is it the exact same thing? Well, technically it is very similar, but there are some differences. So we're still gonna call the stream chat and get an instance, use the same API keys, and then get the token through the user ID. But we're not gonna upsert the user, and we're gonna return all of this data back. Now, could we just make the same function and then use, I don't know, a Boolean as part of the function? Yes, we could, but I think just separating by name is fine as well. And then we can just import this over here, and we will have access to the token, the user ID, the user image, and the user name. Now we can initialize the stream video client. But there's one thing though, and now I can initialize the stream video client. To do that, I'll do something extremely similar to what we did before. I'll just say video client is equal to new stream video client. And this requires an API key that we can get from over here. We can just get the API key that we have, pass it over here. Technically, we could also pass it as a type from here. It might be a little bit different. No, remove that. Remove that. Now, after the API key, we need to pass info about the user. So we'll pass an ID, which will be the user ID. We'll pass a name, which will be the user name. And we'll pass an image, which would be the user image. Finally, we need to pass a token. So we'll just pass it down here, and this error should go away. It is giving us an error because I guess we need to strong type this, and then we should be good to go. Then after we get the video client, we want to either create or join the call. To do that, we'll make an instance of video call, and we'll set this equal to video client, and then call, and put the default as the type and the call ID as the ID. Great. Now that we have the video call, we need to detect to see if it is an incoming call or not, because we want to join the call with different strategies depending if you're the caller or the receiver. So we'll say if is incoming is true, then we'll do something else, we'll do something else. Now, if is incoming is true, we're going to await video call dot join. And that's it, because we just want to join a call that already exists. Now, if it's not incoming, we pretty much want to do the exact same thing, but we'll pass a prop here saying that we want to create the call instead of just joining. When that's done, we're going to set the client to be equal to the video client. And also, we're going to create a state for the call. So we'll create here below the client a state called call. It actually has a type from Stream.io video SDK, and we want to create a state for whether or not the user has joined or not. We'll be using that to manipulate how we show the UI as well. So in this case, we're going to set the call equal to the video call after it's done, and also we'll set the has joined to be equal to true. Now, after all of that is done, we're going to go down here and call the initialize video call function. Now, when we return this, we actually want to clean some stuff up. Now, this call is important because we need to clean up a lot of stuff from here. For example, if the call and has joined is true, and we are unmounting the component, it means that we're leaving the call. So we need to call.leave. Make sure we leave the connection to the call. Also, if the component is unmounting and the client is still true, it means that we need to disconnect the user. So I'll say disconnect user. Now, what we need to do is also pass the has joined as an option over here, and we should pretty much be good to go. Now, you see there's still an error here, and it's a type error because when we initialize the client state, it is possibly null, and that's not an option. So we need to actually render the UI depending on the state of how our component is being created. So first thing we need to do is render the loading state. We've done this multiple times, but the difference here is that while it's loading, depending if we are incoming in the call or we are creating the call, it will show a different loading message. Now, if there is an error, we want to actually show some UI as well. We'll say that there wasn't a call error, and we'll allow the user to close the call. And finally, to make this error go away, we need to check to see if the client in the call are valid. If so, we're just going to say that we're setting up the call, and thus the error goes away because it's guaranteed that it's not going to be null. Then after that, all we need to do is now continue building the structure of what a stream video looks like. So we have the stream video client. Now we have the stream call, and a stream call also requires us to pass something. It requires us to pass a call, which we have defined already. So we'll just pass the state for that. Then we want to have some custom UI for this, and Stream provides us with a theme that we can just wrap around our UI. It also provides us with two components that we can use. One is the speaker layout, and this one is just going to show like the main speaker first, and then the person you're speaking to big, and then yourself as a little small. And then we have the call controls, and the call controls is a component that allows you to manipulate the stuff in your call, like increase volume, leave the call, stuff like that. We're actually even going to pass the only function and just pass the on call end function that we pass through props, even though it's not going to do anything because we never passed that function. Now, this should pretty much be working. We still have this issue to address because if you go down here on this component, we're not passing any of the props. So we do have to pass that. And also import this, I just realized. So I'll pass the on call end, and we'll just console log a message saying call ended or something. We'll also pass the call ID, which should just be the video call ID. And we're also going to pass the is incoming. And the is incoming, we can use the is call initiator boolean, and it is only incoming if you're not the call initiator. Now, let's come over here and let's check to see what happens. So if I call Alex Chen, I should see starting call. Now let's try this out. If I click here, it's going to initiate the call. I'm going to accept the call, and there are some bugs. Yeah, there are some bugs. Let me actually, but you saw that we were able to set up the call, even though I looked kind of weird because it was kind of low quality for a second and there was a bunch of stuff glitching around. But we are going to fix that because there's still more to do in this component. So the main issue is that we are not properly accounting for the fact that when we're joining the call in this use effect, we might accidentally be joining the call twice. So we want to prevent duplicate joins, and that's why we have this has joined, and that's also why we're going to detect if the component has mounted through this is mounted boolean. Initially, it will say true because it's running the use effect, and then it will be set to false on our cleanup function over here. Now, why do we need that? Because then inside of here, we can actually prevent certain things from happening if the component is not mounting. For example, we don't want to start the stream video client if the component is not mounted. So we'll just return if that's the case. We'll do the exact same thing after the video client before we start the call if the component is not mounted. And finally, we'll do the exact same thing after before we set the actual states will also return in that case. The other thing we can do as well is on the initialize video call, before we even go into the try catch, we can check to see if the user has joined, because if they have, then there's no point in going through this because the user already joined and we don't want to create multiple calls. So with that in mind, let's try again. Let's refresh this. Let's go ahead and join the call through this side. I'm going to click join. I'm going to accept here. And yeah, the incoming call doesn't work, but you can clearly see me from here. And I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to appear on the camera. I don't know why, but yeah, that seems to be working a lot better. There isn't any glitching and everything seems to be fine. So let me just refresh this to get my face out of the camera, and let's go back over here. Now, one thing I definitely need to make sure is I want to clear any pending call states when we are switching to a different user. So I'm going to go to the stream chat interface, go all the way up to the use effect. And before we even run the set initialize chat, I want to clear all of our states by doing this. This will make it such that it is always in a clean slate when the component is mounting. Now, if we go over here and we try calling, I still don't think it will be fully working, but what you can see is that now there's no more glitches or anything like that. One thing though is we're not seeing properly the CSS for the video call. So we actually have to include a CSS file that we haven't imported into our video call component. And this is the import. You import the CSS and now we'll have access to all of the CSS that comes with all of the stream video components. So if I run this, you'll see that now, if I accept this, we have this beautiful UI for the video call where we can edit the mic. I can change the mic if I want to. I'm not going to do that. I can turn off the video if I wanted to. I can add some reactions. Pretty cool, right? And you can close the call. Now, I'm not going to close the call because we don't have the functionality for that yet, other than it will close the call, but we want to do some extra stuff. So I'll just refresh this for a moment and it will technically unmount because of the component. Perfect. Now, there's one final issue that we're not addressing, which is the fact that when I receive a call, I need to join that call as well. So it's actually, we're supposed to already be joining the call. I realized that there's a bug in our code. So when we send a message for the video call, so let's go to the handle video call. Where is that? It's handle video call, this over here. You see how we're passing the call ID here? Well, this isn't correct because it is not camel case. The value should be like this. Call ID is equal to call ID. And same thing with this. When we set the incoming call ID, you see that we are expecting a custom data.call ID, which previously we passed it like this. So that was the issue. It was definitely an issue that TypeScript would have fixed if we spent more time defining types and stuff, but that's beyond the fact. Now, if we try this out again, you'll see that if I were to set this up and I were to call, I'll call from him to her now, or from her to him technically. I'll click here. We should start the call. I'll accept it. And now both of them should be joining the call. You see how cool this is? Now, the thing is, like I just said, this is one webcam that I'm using. So if this was a different computer, you would be seeing two different webcams connected to each other, and it would be working. I've tested this. If you want, I recommend you using ngrok or maybe even deploying this and checking it out yourself. But that seems to be working. It's pretty cool. We can even pin a person, full screen a person, you know, all that kind of stuff. And that's great. Now I'm going to refresh this and leave the call as well. Now let's just create real quick the function that we pass as prop over here, because when the call ends, we actually want to call this function called handle call end. And it's nothing huge. It's nothing complicated. It's just a bunch of cleaning up states, similar to what we had here with the decline call function. So we'll say function handle call, and here's what we want to do. We want to set the show video call to false, the video call ID to empty, and the set is call initiator to false if we are the ones who initiated the call. If we are the one who received any calls, then we want to set those states to empty as well, and then reset the cycle so that we can call the person again. And that's basically it for the video call functionality. Now, there's only one thing left that we might want to do, which is detect if another person is typing. That's something that I left a bit just to get into the video stuff, but I told you guys that we can do this. And also, I want to use this as an opportunity for you guys to practice a bit more of how to work with the different events that Stream provides. And then if you want to add more stuff like detect if the user is active, if the user read the text, you can do that on your own as well. So here's how we're going to do it. So we want to have a state in our component that is going to detect if the user is typing or not. I'll make that over here. I'll say const is typing, and I'll create a set is typing state as well. That's going to be equal to use state, and it will be a Boolean. And by default, the user won't be typing. So I'll say false. Then it's super easy. We go to initialize chat. We go down to the events and we see how there's a how we're listening to the message new event. We're going to do the same thing, but instead of listening to the message new, we're going to use the chat channel and we're going to listen to the typing event. And there's two options. There's typing start and typing stop. So we're going to listen to the typing start, and on the typing start, we'll have the event here and a callback to it. And on this callback, we're just going to detect, is the user who started typing the current user? If it's not, then we want to set is typing to true. So if event.user.id, and we need to make this into a question mark, if that's not equal to user ID, then we want to set is typing to true. And we'll now copy this and create another event, the typing stop. Same if statement, but we just swap this to false. And that's it. That's literally it. Now, if you want to add a little text on the chat over here to actually bring this event to life, we can go down here to below where we show the messages. So we have here the messages map. So before we get the message and ref, we're going to add this UI. It's basically a UI saying that the user is typing, and it's 3 dots. And we put some animation delay to them so that it looks like it's like, 3 dots as the user is typing. So here's how you're going to look. We're going to type, and now you think that it might be working, but technically we still don't see anything because we're never emitting the event for the typing start. It's not automatically. We actually have to send this event. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go to the input where we have the set new message. So it's the input. Where is that? It's over here. And we're going to add a bit more to this input. Instead of just setting the new message state to be whatever the user typed, we actually want to do the following. We want to trigger this function called keystroke. And this will send a typing indicator event to the other user. Now, technically, we only want to send an event if first of all, the channel is not null, because then we can call channel.keystroke. And if the event.target.value.length is greater than 0. So we don't send it like with before the user even types anything. And you'll see that if we do that, now I come over here and I refresh this and this as well. And I start typing. So let me start typing over here. It should actually show this. And then when I stop, it should get away. And then when I type, it should show again. And then when I stop, it should get away. Now, there's a bit more. I also want to show it when you focus on this input. So what we can do is I can come over here and add an on focus to this input. Call it again, get the event, and then check this. But instead of checking if the target.value is greater than 0, I'll just check the channel is true. Then you'll see that as I focus on it, it will send that functionality, and then I can type, and then it will go away. Perfect. So this is pretty much it for the video and for the tutorial. We have a full-fledged app. Now, I wanted to focus a lot on building functionality, and that's why we were able to build such an app. Building video call functionality, building the full chat is not something that a beginner usually does. So if you finish this video and you feel comfortable with the technology that you learned, then I would definitely say that you are an intermediate to advanced developer and you've learned a lot through this video. More specifically, I think there's a lot that you can do in projects if you're using a platform like Stream, because they make it extremely easy to make super complicated stuff look really nice. So I recommend you using their product, even if you want to use the other ones like doing activity feeds and moderation. Like I said, I've tried the moderation one and it's pretty cool, so I would recommend you using that as well. And it just makes everything a lot easier when you're building your projects. If you want to check out the code for this video, feel free to click the link in the description. You'll find the entire code together with the link for you to create your Stream account. Thank you so much, Stream, for sponsoring this video. Thank you guys for watching this video. It really helps the channel, and I see you guys next time.